Ms. Longcombe, good morning.
Good morning. I hear you have COVID.
I don't have it, no.
Had?
Had, yes.
What day number are you out on?
Enough to be out in the public. Hey, girl.
I'm going to need some verification, please, from your doctor. Stay
I'm
on
good.
that
I can
side.
count.
Okay.
I can count. Really good.
Everybody ready to roll?
Yep.
Ready to roll. As soon as we get started, we might be able to end earlier than anticipated.
Let's go.
We're gonna try to get you out of here a little earlier.
Let's go.
3:30, but
We should have been out in the woods in one of them campsites, you understand? Where I could
I
go
was
down
trying to
and
be
fish a little bit
fiscally responsible.
and do this.
So,
Thank you.
That's fine.
Okay, good job.
Pick one.
That's fine. I just didn't want to
I'm
shut
flexible.
anything or force
Perfect.
anything. Or
Commencement speaker at Webster
Good job.
graduation.
Awesome.
okay, yeah, so, what time is that, Mr. Steele?
I saw on here they want me there at 1,
Okay,
but
okay, sure,
starts at 1:30.
yep, no problem. Okay, everybody ready?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Quinn, welcome. Gonna
Thank
turn
you.
it right
It's great
over
to
to
be
you,
here.
sir. I'm excited about today, so.
Just go.
Yeah, so, just welcome, good morning, everyone, and, I think you know Mr. Quinn, he's worked with the district before, we've been working together for about over a year, which is what we're gonna kind of showcase this morning, and, I'm really excited about today. I think today is really a cool opportunity for us to engage about where we want to see our school district, in the future, and I think Mr. Quinn is gonna kind of facilitate that process, but I'm excited about our conversation and collectively where we're going to take the school district over the next 7 to 10 years.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Please, Joe, please. We okay on the live stream? Great. I'm a little tethered here to the mic, so I usually wander more, but we're staying in live stream parameters. Woke up early this morning and I was thinking, okay, school board's given 5 hours on a Saturday, so we want to make it worth your time. I see heads nodding. And we want to make it a conversation, not a lecture. And we want to make it, you leave here sort of feeling better about, in general, the long-term direction of the district. Believe it or not, I was thinking about this morning. In June of 19, I was brought in by the district to facilitate a day-long session like this at the Lehman Library.
Remember?
It was pouring rain. And I had been handed some work done in 2018 on long-term planning. And I was given that and then kind of redid it and worked it into our June day in the Lehman Library. And we really didn't come in with much preparation to hand the board. And the superintendent wasn't there that day. Those are my memories. Today we come to you with a year's worth of work. And I think the district is in a very different place than it's been in the past. You're a school board in the COVID age who turns on your TV at night and you see another horrific school shooting. You deal with angry parents on COVID issues. You deal with the complexities, and you and I are old enough when being on the school board, you'd go to the football game and people would wave at you and you'd be an ambassador for the district and you'd brag about the district and you'd buy the different sweatshirts for the different schools, and it was, like everybody sort of loved that. You were an ambassador, a voice for the district. And you dealt with upset parents, but there was sort of a small town, we're all on the same page feel to it, and I think in many ways that has changed. You've been through, prior to Greg getting here, 4 superintendents in 11 years. That's a lot. Now, one of you said to me after the rainy June day in 2019, when you write this report, just be honest. That's what you said, walking out the door that day. You said, do not sugarcoat what you heard today. And when I went back to my I work in gym shorts late at night with ESPN on in the background downstairs in the house, and that's where I do my writing. And I was honest. And you said to me later, you grinned at me and you said you were honest. So we're going to give you more honesty today. But I'll give you honesty, some things that I think are good right now. I think the news coverage of school board meetings is no longer about division. You have changed the tone of the school board discussion in North Little Rock. You had the courage to go out and hire an out-of-state superintendent from a high-performing district, and then you got out of his way. You know, there's that old line everybody in school board world uses, the board hires one employee, that one employee hires 1,800 other employees, and you're letting that happen. You're changing the dynamic, and I think all of that matters a lot. When we started this journey that I have helped with, I did focus groups with employees, some of them in this room. And, you know, a couple of things that really stand out was the line I heard over and over, we have to change the culture. We have to change the culture. Are we really world class? You're paying me to be honest, I'm going to be honest today. A woman sat in this room one day in a focus group, and she said, you know, world class has kind of become a line we use. You see a broken pipe or a broken chair, you see a problem, and we look at each other and, oh, world class. But you're changing that incrementally and gradually. Employees emphatically said, we have to make children safe, we have to make teachers safe, we need to stop disruption in the classroom. Heard that over and over. Change the culture. Employees said emphatically, and I think this is really important, we need people who work here who feel a sense of ownership in how the district is doing. And that's pretty basic stuff. Let's also talk about the rainy day in June of 19 and today. You now employ a very professional, seasoned security director. You went out and hired someone and found someone and identified someone who has made a career in that field. And you as a board and as a district said, okay, well, that's not going to be an afterthought anymore. That's going to be a piece of what we do and what we discuss. So before we launch into our 4 or 5 hours of dialogue today, I wanted to start by saying, you've done a lot. You're changing the culture. You're changing the way the community sees the district. You're changing how you do security. And all of that matters a great deal. A couple of other things that I heard a lot in those early days. How are we using data? Work needs to be done to bring consistency from classroom to classroom. Communicate a core message that schools are safe. We need the community more involved. We need to define what a graduate looks like. You know, I think American education is kind of funny about that. We don't talk a lot about what our finished product is. And, you know, you need to say to families and students, like, what do you want to be on graduation day? And how are we preparing you for whatever comes next, whether it's college or work or the military or 2-year college or whatever? How are we preparing you? Are you satisfied? Is your family satisfied with what our district has done? In those days, a lot of talk in the employee groups about job descriptions, how we hire teachers, when we hire teachers, a sense that we would jump into the hiring process later than other districts, a sense that we made it difficult to replace low-performing employees, attendance rates, lack of energy, a desire that the school board be in big policy discussions and directional discussions at your board meetings rather than way in the weeds on the assistant principal we were hiring at the junior high. And I think you brought that out of the weeds and you're more strategic. So I have some slides today. I want you to jump in, and this is going to be a conversation. I think you're going to see some things today such as vision statement and mission statement that I think are rather philosophical in some ways. What do we want to be? That's a slightly philosophical conversation. But then the big piece at the end today is a long-term strategic plan that takes the key goals and plugs underneath them the work strategies that need to go under each goal. And this does a couple of things. It lets you see how the superintendent is viewing where the primary work pieces should be. And then it lets, I think you see the breadth and scope of what it takes to really move this aircraft carrier in a different direction and change what we do. There's a number, I'm going to round this number off. There's a number we'll get into here, which I think is an interesting discussion. Are we preparing our student athletes to be academically eligible if Ohio State wants them to play football? And the format in front of you today, and again, we'll dig into this over 5 hours, is we have, like, what is today's number? And then over the next 5 years, the superintendent and I would get in a room a couple times a month and would dig through numbers, and I'd revise and would do it the next month. And we actually took sort of like a broad thing and we would narrow it down. But if you incrementally move something 2 or 3 percentage points a year to get where you want to be, what you will see today, and I'm just being totally honest here, sometimes if that number is 30% of our athletes are academically eligible for Division I, as the superintendent looked at me as I was leaving his office one day recently, and he said, and I looked at him, I said, yeah, that means 70% are not. So that's the thing about numbers. I'm a former school board member. We like to brag about numbers. We all do. But if 30% is what we're doing, and 40% is what we would like to do, or 50%, well, there's still 50% that are not getting, and this isn't just about academic eligibility for sports. This is across the board how we're going to look at numbers today. And the numbers in a lot of spots, are troubling. And that comes back to vision, mission, typical graduate, world class, what we are, what we want to be. And I think there's also what we can be. And the other thing about the plan you're going to see is that's in your hands, things are incremental. There's no magic wand. You don't fix this overnight. It's incremental work. But again, those are some of the thoughts I wanted to throw on the table as we kicked it off today. I think the other piece of this is we need more community involvement. And we need to show the community what we are doing. And I think there's a whole, now that the superintendent has been here a while and done a first 100-day plan and created this document, now there's definitely a stream of work to go and figure out how we are telling this story to the community. And that's, this is a community that loves sports, and that's great. I watched that Celtics Golden State game the other night. I've never been riveted to basketball the way we all do. We love sports. The last 10 minutes of that basketball game, I've never seen any guys play like that in my life. We love sports, but we have to brag about our academic achievement and celebrate our academic achievers the way we would celebrate a high-performing athlete. And I think that's just a matter of reminding the community and the business community and the nonprofit world out there, that we are as focused on academics. I also, since I've been involved and talking to employees and staff, you got a lot of kids who, I think sometimes it's simplistic to say, well, here's our free and reduced lunch number. But what the reality is, that means so much more, COVID taught us, is the kid hungry? But does the kid have wireless? Let alone, is there a computer at home? Is there a parent who knows how to use the computer? What is the, I would call, social service wraparound a kid? And when I was younger, it was that line, well, you can't really learn if you're coming to school hungry, which is true. But now it's even more complex than that. Because in a world where we have haves and have-nots, now it's, do you have wireless, which is a fundamental thing now. And then COVID showed us kids who, even if they could get the Zoom call working, they were embarrassed that kids would see their home. They weren't getting that. And I had to remind, I had people say, well, you should just do this or just do that. And I remember saying to a guy one day, you understand, don't you, that many children in this state, they're getting lunch and breakfast because they go to a public school. So before you lecture me on what education could or should be during COVID, let's just remember that the child's safety, the child being fed, and the security that maybe the most peaceful 6 or 7 hours of that kid's day was when he or she felt protected in school. Anyways, I will sort of stop there, but I think those are the big complex issues of being a school board in the world we're living in, but you are shifting the conversation. And sometimes when you have angry neighbors or you're going to pick up your dry cleaning and someone wants to give you a little speech while you're just trying to get your shirts, I would remind all of you, feel good about some of the things that are happening here. Give yourself the freedom and the time to feel good that the district is sincerely stepping back, looking at things, and going in a different direction. I'm going to reach for the clicker. Questions, thoughts? Okay. We thought we would. So with everything I've just teed it up a little bit. So now I'm going to. What should our aspirations be? And I mentioned world class for a reason, because early on, as I spoke to employees here, they said that's a little strong. But what should our realistic aspirations be for the district, I think, is one. That's sort of what we wanted to start with. Like, what do you think about that?
What do you mean?
I think, well, for me, I would think that being able to educate students and have them prepared to go out in the world, not necessarily just the world, but being able, if they decide to go to college, to have a career that would sustain them in life. And then sometimes even people take positions globally and be able to function and be able to handle themselves out in the just world, period.
And to piggyback with that, not just college students, just to prepare the students for what's ahead, for the world, to be able to go out into society and function.
Oh,
Because we have students, I'm sorry, we have students that they're just not, college is just not for them. But they need those,
Work skills.
thank you, they need those
What'd you say?
skills.
Work skills.
oh, who's next?
Go ahead, Mom.
Everybody's just jumping in.
Go ahead.
My long-term goals or aspiration would be to grow the district. Number one priority. That means increase in students, staff, and programs that meet the needs of students and the community and the businesses. Because as you forestated, we've got to be with the community. And then my aspirations would be the student, as far as the student profile, that we have not been meeting the needs of our students in this district. But I feel that we should have a well-rounded education for all the students, regardless that they can go to a 2-year college or a 4-year college, or be able to go to the military, or go to a trade school. That's my aspiration for the district.
Yeah, and now I feel good right now because a lot of what you just touched on, you're going to see in the book today.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we have some strange data issues. We have families who feel very good about coming to our preschool, and then they split before kindergarten. Now, that's pretty fast. You're here for preschool. You trust us. You trust us with your baby for preschool. But then we see the departure number pretty quick. And then later, to your point, I mean, these are I think the data points in time that have to be fixed to start to grow enrollment again.
Right.
And then the other point is, 4th or 5th grade, middle school approaching, the family is looking for a private or charter option, which raises a couple of things. Like, number one, why are they doing that? well, it's a blend of probably safety and academics, and then how can we communicate to them? I mean, it's not just communication to the whole community, the whole parents, all the kids. It's communication to some targeted audiences. Like, if you have a third grade kid, we should be communicating with you to remind you we're doing okay with your third grader and you should stay with us. That stuff like that is going, or strategies like that are going to be important to growth. Because we have $6,800, $7,000, per student from the state. We've lost 800 students in the past.
We've lost just over 1,500 in a decade. That's about $8.6 million we've lost in declining in student enrollment in a decade.
So that's 8.6 million, and then it's families not available to help with PTO. It's just a smaller sort of base of supporters. It's just a smaller number of families engaged. And so, again, the hard question is, what are they, why are they leaving? And how do we grow by addressing the issue at the points when they are leaving? Let me come back, because I think this is the whole.
I think Ms. Wonka made
Does the ADE now require us to follow the graduate after graduation as far as job goes? I was thinking they made that a requirement here recently. I sent Dr. P something a few weeks ago now, because I was just thinking out loud. Going back to career ready though, we need more electricians and plumbers. The amount of money that I'm spending right now on my father-in-law's home trying to get it ready to resell is astronomical for the electricians and plumbers.
I think you are touching on a whole Arkansas issue.
Yeah.
That
Let me narrow it back down.
it,
What are we doing within our school district to not only have them non-college ready, but maybe apprentice ready? So where's our vo-tech? And we don't have any concurrent classes any longer either, which just irks me to a T, because my child's missing out. So there are lots of things in that alone that we can unravel and dive deep in, but yes.
And just as my 2 cents of just listening, I think we're really all philosophically on the same page.
Yeah.
And as I was listening to Angela, listen to Ms. Williams, all of you, and it keeps me coming back to this vision of future ready, right? Future ready, no matter if you want to go to a 2-year, a 4-year, the world of work, the military. We want kids at graduation to say, I'm future ready. Here's what that means in North Little Rock, and I can showcase that. And to me, that's exciting as I'm listening, is that we're really all, sounds like we're all similar thinking about what we want for the future of our school district. So it goes back to the plumbers or, the 4-year colleges that I believe that's what we all want for our district. And I think that's exciting about what we're going to try to uncover today.
So kind of even along that, we have students here within our school district that we could hire through our maintenance. We can hire them here within our school district because they're interested, and why wouldn't we give them a 1-year employment and go, hey, all right, this is your year, let's figure it out. Do you want to do water? Do you want to do current? Do you want to, water, electricity? Do you want to do cutting the grass? Oh, you like flowers? Great, nothing wrong with that. So.
well,
there are
I
other
think there's
skills that we can
but
develop.
let's break that down. I think there's a couple things that really matter there. And I've always felt we don't know where everybody's going.
Yep.
And yet you would think that would be fairly simple. I've always had this theory, and I've had some people roll their eyes at me, but that's the story of my life, which is when you have to pick up your gown and your hat, what if there was some computer terminals and said, hey, sit down and answer those 8 questions for me, and then here's your gown. What are you doing next year? 2-year, 4-year military work? I don't know. Just a set of questions. I think the superintendent is supportive of that because we are talking a lot, and we are going to talk some more about the profile of the average graduate. just using existing technology to put a survey in front of the kids before they leave, I think matters a lot. I think the state is spending a lot of time on how to support school districts to create electricians that can make 60 grand a year. And look, there's a whole discussion here because, you know, kids don't know they can make 60 grand a year at a high-tech manufacturing facility. They don't know what an electrician makes. The state chamber has the Be Pro, Be Proud program, which is doing some innovative stuff to bring a massive truck into the high school parking lot, and then the 11th graders go out, they walk through it, they touch different manufacturing jobs. Data is trapped about that student, and then Union Pacific, who has certain jobs needs, reaches out because the data has trapped and shown that's a North Little Rock kid. It's a great program, and they're trying to expand it, but, you know, go ahead.
And just what you said, as far as, you know, that survey and all that, you know, when you're picking up your gown, I think that would be something good to do prior to, so that before you get to graduation, it's on your mindset, what am I going to do after graduation? Not at graduation, if that makes sense.
So you think
Yeah.
maybe freshmen coming into the high school, start that conversation there?
Start the conversation there as a freshman, because that's when, all your
ready.
grades matter, but that's when it really starts
Counting.
to count as a freshman. So when you come in as a freshman, you need that analysis at that time. So, okay, well, I said that way in the 9th grade, I started out in electronics, but then by the 10th grade, I might want to go to culinary. And so you see the options. But by the 12th grade, you need it again. Okay, you've been here 9th through 11th. What are you focusing on? What are you doing? I think that needs to happen at the beginning of the senior year, not at the end. Because by the end,
It's almost too late.
And I think we're missing an essential piece in all of this. When we're talking about everything that we're talking about is very important, but every child is different. And every person in society impacts other people. So as a district, we ought to be molding character. We ought to have standards for character. We ought to, you know, have a vision of how a person behaves, maybe help them develop a worldview. When I went to high school, I don't remember if it was 10th grade or 11th grade, all of us, we took a test of like what we like. You know, it was a long test. Would you rather be inside or outside? Would you rather work with people or by yourself?
I remember that.
Interest
And-
inventory.
And those tests, you know, because I can tell you all day long, you can make $100,000 being a plumber, but if you hate digging and you hate getting dirty and you know, and you don't
Yeah,
want to be
I
on
like
your
that.
knees, then that's not the job for you. So, and I know the test that I took, the job that they said for me, probably wasn't the perfect job for me now. It wasn't the job I took, but over time, I realized, wow, they pegged me completely in 10th grade for what would have been the perfect job for me. Now, I'm pretty close to that, but, you know, I'm just saying, so I
Yeah.
think, you know, when we're talking about we want to help every student, and then there's some student, like my son, when he went to school, they didn't do that, so I did that for him, and it pegged him perfectly. And it helps because you get to college, and I know I went to college and I had, you know, decided I was gonna be a nurse. Well, that really wasn't for me, you know, and I ended up changing majors, and I know I'm not the only one who does that. There's a lot of people who change major, you know, but it's not just that. It's like even when you have a plan, whether it's like at high school, you're just going to graduate and get a job, or, you know, go to college and get a degree. You need more self-knowledge, and we can help provide that with our students.
And I think the good news is, I think that the world has figured out every kid's not going to college. And I think that took a while. I mean, we spent 40 years in this country saying, go get a 4-year degree, go get a 4-year degree. And then we treated kids that if you weren't getting a 4-year degree, well, there must be something wrong with you. But now, I think as a society and as a state, we are, everything you're touching on, we need to figure out, you know, how we can be more engaged to show them career options, certification options, how we can play in that space, and then what staffing and budget that takes for us to get into that game. Someone used the word VOTEC, which was the word when I was a
Plastic tag. It
teenager.
used to be plastic tag,
Okay,
but
Mr.
they-
Quinn, on her same statement that Ms. Temple made, it's gone to something that has not been happening, is that counselors need to be involved with the students. If you can walk down the hall and ask a student, who's your counselor, and they
don't know.
can't
They don't
tell
have a
you,
clue.
that is a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I feel we've had the issues with them wanting to graduate, but they will have to become more involved with every student that we have at that high school. And the only way to solve some of the graduation, well, all of the graduation problems, that initially when they're in the 9th grade, this is what you have to do. When they get in the 10th grade, you're missing some credits, this is what you'll have to do. And guess what I'm saying? The counselors are the key people in the school for students to graduate. Because there's no need, and you know, we're gonna forget about if the child is being untruthful, that they didn't get the credits. But if that counselor is there, that's where your involvement comes in. A child walking around, they don't know. And when you get, they have got to start in the 9th grade saying, hey, every student that walk in that North Rock High School building should be what? Young man you need, or young lady you need to, so many credits. Next year in the 10th grade, still encouragement. Look at records. It's gonna cause some work, and that work has not been done, to me, effectively, because the counselors have not been involved. You know, they've been doing what they're supposed to do, but when you have a kid to tell you they don't know who the counselor is, somebody has dropped the ball.
And so to my mind immediately comes, how many kids are assigned to each counselor? What does that number look like? Number two, what is the protocol in place that each kid periodically meets with the counselor? You know, those are the process type issues that
Yeah.
fix the problem. And I take it our counselors are not engaged in tracking hours to graduation or regular meetings. Is
Right.
that?
Well, they are engaged. They're engaged to some students. And if those students who already know their career path,
Right.
already going to a four-year school, now they meet with them on a regular basis.
Right.
There's no issue with that. Challenge is, and that's kind of my pet peeve, what Dr. Williams said, the challenge with that is the kids on the lower level of the academic totem pole, those are the ones who don't know their counselors. Those are the ones who never see their counselors. And the process part that you're talking about, I think is all of this, because all of it sounds good, but, you know, we've been through these before, and I think we have to get to that process part in order to start making some of these things work. For example, if you are going to see your counselor, and we've talked about career path, which I think is key, where's the documentation of that? Does the student spend time with that counselor? Is it documented? Is that shared with the parents? Because sometimes a kid can be talking with somebody, this kid could be interested in something over here, and the parent doesn't even know. The parent could be supportive and pushing them in things during the summer or after school, but they don't know. Each child does not see that counselor, and there's not documentation. There should be a career plan for each student, and it should be documented. And it
Right.
should be shared, and they found it. Now, it may change, but still, it's healthy to have a direction, and it's motivation to have a direction for you to keep getting up, going to this place they call school. In their minds, why am I doing this? Why am I going? Well, now I got a plan. This is my plan. It may change, it may evolve, but at least every year, that counselor should sit down and do that. As you know, DWS has a program. It's a profile. They can spend, I think it doesn't take about 20 minutes, and they can interview anybody, a child, and ask you different questions. Some are career related, some are not. But it goes in and professionally takes that data, and then it spits back out to you. These are the things you may be interested in, because a lot of kids don't know.
What is DWS?
Department of Workforce Services. And so they have mobile units that go all over the state, and they do this, but you know, I was talking with them, they said, we spend 70% of our time in Northwest Arkansas, because that's who asked us.
We're right here. They're right here.
But
They're right here.
And I wish that they have, as a testimony, I fall into that group of, when I graduated, I didn't go to college because I didn't know that that was an option for me.
right.
Had no clue. Didn't know what I was supposed to be doing with my life because I didn't have that counselor to sit down and go, these are your options. Here is a plan. When I got, all I just wanted to do was graduate. And that was it. And that's the reason why I waited till I was 35 before I started college, because I had to grow up to learn, oh, there's an option, and this is how you do it. You apply here, and you go do this, and these are the steps. I just wish that we had more of that, because I see the kids every day. I don't know, what are you gonna do when you graduate? I don't know.
I was on a school board and we're in a long discussion one night about some AP class issue. And the board president was like practically like shaking his head. And I said to him later, I said, you didn't seem happy. And he said, and he was a gruff guy, he said, look, and this is one of the best education lines, he said, if a kid is taking an AP course in high school, that kid, one way or another, is going to be okay. And to your point, you know, counselors gravitate to those kids because it's fun to have a discussion. Can you get into Cornell? Have you applied at UT Austin? That's a fun discussion for a counselor. But then to your point, in your childhood, where no one even said, well, here's the questions to ask, and to your point, a lower performing academic kid isn't even being pushed in any way to go talk to a counselor. Forget college in that scenario. We don't even know if their credits are being kept current to get to high school graduation. Now, if we had a counselor sitting here, that counselor would probably say, well, I deal with a lot of discipline stuff and I deal with some horrific situations at home where I have to step in, and they would probably say, you're not giving me time to track everybody's hours toward graduation. And, you know, what I'm hearing very, very, very clearly here is more resources and thought into the role of a counselor.
Well, and I guess what excites me about this conversation is I really think we're all on the same page about future ready, and but we all own it. You know, it's not only counselors, it's administrators, we all own the future readiness component, and I also think that exposure to a career has to happen in elementary school. That we've got to begin kids to, I mean, if you read some of the research articles that I provided to you, that's one certain strategy. And I think when we get into the graduation rate, we can talk about specific strategies, which is where we want to go. What is it that we're going to do that's going to move that particular indicator? But I think, I don't want to call consensus, but I'm kind of sensing that we're all on the same page that we want our kids to be future ready. And we're going to kind of dive into what we're all going to think that looks like. But that's exciting to me because there it starts the vision to back map it so that all of our kids can say when they graduate, they're ready, Mr. Steele, with that plan. And I will tell you, and I'm going to leave it with this story, I saw a student about a week before graduation and asked that question, Mr. Andy, and he had no idea what. I said, what's your plan? He goes, I don't know, Dr. P. We got him enrolled at Shorter College, walked him right down there, and there's a gap here that we've got to close. Yeah. There's no question, and I think we can, as we dig into the graduation rate, there's lots of things, strategies that we can focus on.
And the other thing, so you have a whole new world here with a new type of superintendent who, everything we've just talked about can be quantified into the superintendent's annual evaluation. What I mean by that is, okay, how many kids are assigned to each counselor? That's a quantifiable number. how often is each kid getting a counselor meeting at least once or twice an academic year? How many of those kids are achieving that number? So I can just off the top of my head think of 3 or 4 numbers that will help us define the role our counselors are playing. Now, but again, look, I'm always the realist. There's budget issues here. You're going to need more counselors. You're probably going to need some really talented person to run and coordinate the counselors. And then you're probably going to need sort of some wraparound social services thought in how we can take that low-performing academic kid. Hey, how you doing at home? Things okay? Hey, you need another 3 hours next semester. So it's a very human part of education. But I think this is exactly what the superintendent wanted today. We're deep diving a little bit on areas that should be goals, but with quantifiable line items underneath them.
I do want to, I just want to check in with everybody. I mean, I think we're all on the same page about this notion of future ready.
Most definitely.
And that's exciting.
The good news is, and I spent a lot of time on workforce development issues in other parts of my life. I think there are resources out there are grants out there are the state agencies that are fully engaged in this whole headline issue that every kid's not going to get a 4-year degree, every kid needs some help. There are lucrative jobs out there that we just have to put our arms around these kids and sort of get them at least. I love how you put it. When you were a teenager, you didn't even know the questions to ask.
Didn't have a clue.
And that's the kid we owe as adults. I mean, forget school board members. We owe those kids. And the other thing is, look, we could do this all day. The other thing is, we all know this. Every kid has vastly different levels of parent involvement at home.
That too.
And there's a huge discussion. Did the parents go to college? Do they know how to sign up for the ACT? Do they have wireless? So, in the interest of time, I think that's a good 10, 15.
Just one thing, I think you mentioned, Bill, some good points about capacity. We talk about capacity, and that is a lot. And some of that is surface work. But I hope today we got this is taking that next step.
Yes.
I think we all agree it needs to be done, but okay, what's the next step?
What's the action step?
The action steps.
Yes.
I think, the more we get into that, but you talk about the counselors, and you talk about all these children, and to spend quality time, it's probably gonna be tough. And then on the other hand, we talk about community involvement. So what's the nexus there? So what you can have is identify community involvement, and I think a great source that is underutilized, we say community, is your group. Retired teachers. They could come in, they know education, they help, they're all qualified. You got people like Ms. Bynum, who has done it for years. They could come in and help. Well, we will see some of these students. We can give them the aptitude test. We can have a conversation with them. We can get, that's how, I think communities even do better, Joe, when they know what you're asking them to do.
Yeah, and I agree with that, Mr. Steele. And that's why I think when we try to get through today, this is what we want to communicate with our community and how the community can support the efforts, around the graduation rate. How could our retired teachers as a strategy help foster with, further mentoring kids, filling out the FAFSA form? I mean, those are really finite, infinite strategies that I agree with, that we got to get into action and do something, and then be able to say, because those strategies should directly impact quantifiably, that we should start to see movement in that indicator.
And
We got that East Coast graduate. That education, that East Coast.
so,
Partial. Some of it was West Coast.
I like how the conversation is stacking up, but and this is things could be added or removed here. I think this would be sort of a living document. But what are the skills we want a graduate to have? I like the sort of honesty, the line someone used: ready for life, ready to survive, ready to thrive, ready to make a living. someone, I don't know if it was in this meeting or another meeting recently, is ready to take care of their family. And these are things I think that communication, career development, work-life balance, creativity, collaboration, these are things that get us there. I am also always aware, as some employees said to me in this room one day, don't get the language too fancy. Which that stayed with me too. I have certain lines that just sort of stayed, and I said to, well, what do you mean by that? Just don't go to, I think I had used the word global about 3 times in 2 minutes, and one of the employees called me on it. What do you mean global? I'm like, well, we want to raise a kid who, in this ever-changing world, can compete with a kid being raised in China today. I'm like, okay, well, that's a little much. Now, so again, it's like language that means things to the community and understandable, but so I do think the superintendent and I have sort of worked our way through this. Like we have always sort of tried to keep that in mind about language that means something to families. But I think there's a lot of, to graduate profile, like these are the things we want, but I really think, and I think I'm hearing this pretty clearly, where are they going when they leave us? And how can we trap that? And how can we do that data? It's all doable nowadays. I mean, we're raising a generation that goes through their life with a phone held in front of their face like this.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's the world we're living in, we certainly can figure out
Yeah.
how to get them to take 2 minutes to answer 8 questions for us.
On their phone.
And if they answer the 8 questions, the next time we do this, we got some data in front of us. And where are they going? What are they doing? Did the counselor help? While this is fresh on my mind, I could go home and write a survey tonight. Did the counselor help? Yes, no? Okay, no, the counselor never helped me. Did you meet with a counselor? But there's another piece of this. The superintendent has been adamant from the beginning, and we'll get into this a little bit later, that we do some different types of surveys of both, parents, teachers, and the community. Because you have to know what people are thinking to sort of create real change. So, again, I don't think we're married to every category on here, but we wanted to give you a flavor of just sort of the things we would hope students would have when we think about what is our profile of an average graduate.
Is there anything here, I guess, that we can't live with? So where this came from, you saw some of the research articles around, nationally, the research around 21st century education, and to us, as we put this in front of you, is some of our best thinking to start is this is what we want our kids in North Little Rock to graduate with these skills.
Well, Mr. Quinn, we can't have graduations until we have some, provide a rich learning environment for children in their formative years. Because it's about time that when they go to pre-K, when they get to 2nd grade, they ought to know how to read. We're having too many high school graduates that cannot read. So my thought would be, we're gonna really have to dig deep with the elementary, pre-K, and elementary to help these students. Because there's no sense in this generation where we have everything accessible to us that we still have students who cannot read.
Which is, yeah.
And right. Because when I was working at Plastic Tech, it was embarrassing for me because I'm a product of North Little Rock, that I had a student and I had to have him sign his name, and he printed it, and he's 30, and he graduated from North Little Rock, and I'm like, you can't sign your name? I don't know how to write my name. That's all he knew, was how to print it. And I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm not even gonna tell you that I came out of North Little Rock, as well,
When you say
It's
write, do you mean?
he didn't know how
You're
to
talking
sign
about
his name.
cursive
Yeah.
versus printing, not writing proper.
It was a document, and it had to be.
So cursive.
It had to be in cursive. It had to be. He had to sign his name, and all he knew how to do was print his first name. and that's it.
And I think that speaks clear to that communication, which is part of, the academic standards. It's reading, writing, speaking, and listening, at proficiency levels, for sure.
And I do think we have to be cautious of, when we use terms like cultural and global awareness, if then people say, this kid can't even read. So remember, there's a line we have to find there. Because, again, in terms of the language, the desire of what we want to be, we also have to sound realistic. You are 1,000,000% correct when we say, what do we want a graduate to be? Well, we want them to be able to read,
That helps.
but that's not on my chart. So there's a, you know what I mean? There's a sort of a conversation. What are realistic? What are the fundamentals? Because you make me think. I put my little slide up. Creativity, collaboration, innovation, critical thinking, but can they read? That's important. But there's also the theme that's emerging here. How does the counselor and the system wrap their arm around a kid early, to your point, way early, and then are they moving along academically, both in terms of what they're learning and in terms of what the credit hours are? Are they tracking for graduation? And is that tracking to what they're going to do after graduation? And how are we not only delivering that, but how are we building systems that spot the problems before they land in front of you at Pulaski Tech and have never done a cursive version of their own name?
Well, I mean, I think when you have something like this, then you have to go back to the curriculum and make sure that the curriculum is feeding the pieces like we want. Because I know we have curriculum that is not doing that. There's just no doubt.
Very good.
Right, so this is where we back map all the way down to pre-K,
Yeah.
right? We teach all these things as early as pre-kindergarten. And this, if you remember, all the way back to the kind of notion of 21st in the E4 model, where imagine, we teach all these things as early as pre-K, but imagine children getting badges that show I'm proficient in these, right? So like reading, writing, speaking, listening, we know that just gets more complex as you go up with this notion of saying, when you're future ready, here are my badges that I'm ready to go out into the world of work or college, that can be tied directly to internships, scholarships, employment, which I think is an exciting opportunity as we collaboratively create this vision of what we want all of our kids to leave North Little Rock with these skills. Because we're preparing them for life, as I heard today. We're preparing them for a career. Hey, let's not forget that based upon the research today, a child graduating today more than likely could have 20 jobs in their career, in their work life. So we're preparing kids for jobs that don't even exist yet. And that's why I think I'm excited about that we're focused on, it doesn't matter if you change multiple jobs, these are all transferable skills to any career pathway. Awesome. I'm so excited.
My daughter's doing a summer internship. She's 22. She just finished Fayetteville. She had a moment yesterday. She called me very excited. In this summer thing she's doing, she had to make a presentation. And she was very excited, and she thought it went very well, and she had to stand up and talk about sort of what she's going to do with the internship. As she put it, in front of adults, Dad. And I said, transferable skills got me thinking about this. I said, that's great. And I said, what you did today, at your comfort level, speaking in front of adults, will serve you well as you go through 20 jobs in a lifetime. And those are the things that the ability to stand and speak to adults will serve you well no matter where it goes. But she has a father and a mother, instilling that in her, and we have been forever. And then a kid who doesn't have that, again, the continuum of what we're discussing here today I see the pattern is clear. So this slide, I just wanted to give you a flavor of the type of things that we think should be in that a graduate should have from us, but you're all making the point, keep it real. And so I think that's my takeaway from this part of the discussion. Keep it real and maybe be a touch more fundamental when we say, what does the graduate want and need from us? And then I'll come back to the thing I brought up about 4 times now, a system that traps from the student, are they satisfied with what we did?
I would like to go back to the point that Ms. Temple had mentioned too, because if we're gonna have successful students graduating, we need to look at our curriculum, and I heard one of our new board members say, we used to offer about 4 foreign languages, and now we only offer like 1, I guess we used to. And to me, we call ourselves world class. But it's not world class if you're only teaching 1 foreign language. And we're well-traveled school. We need to look at the extension of our curriculum. That's what I'm saying.
Amen.
How can we have great graduates, and if, once the board get a chance to look at the curriculum that's gonna be brought to us in 3 weeks, we need to make some sound decisions on what we need to improve or add in our curriculum for our high school students. Because undoubtedly, I don't know, people are coming to your district if they know that you're offering certain classes. At one time,
Programs.
Mr.
Yes.
Quinn, people used to come to Norfolk School District because of the drama department. Believe it or not, it wasn't about the academics. We had the best drama department in the state.
And still do have a strong
it
drama
switched off to, like you said previously, athletics. But then my key thing is, we do need to focus on the curriculum and see what we need to do there as a board, offering, and I guess this will go back to the community involvement. What do you think your children, more involvement of the community, not just one parent, but if we're sitting here with 8,193 students, we ought to get a nice percentage of what the parents think that we ought to offer in the district. And that's because we don't, as a board, we don't know everything because we don't see everything. But with this retreat like this perhaps motivate us to say, hey, let's get busy. Thank you.
To add to what Ms. Walker was talking about with the concurrent classes, I would like to see not just concurrent in English and math classes. Plastic Tech offers welding. They offer electricians. They offer those type of classes as well. That a student could get college credit while they're learning a trade.
And in high school, get dual credit, which
Yeah.
we have to expand upon, no doubt.
Yeah, so that they would get their high school credit and a college credit and be introduced to college while they're doing that.
When Taylor graduated in 2017, she graduated with a young man that did the welding through Plasky Tech. I just attended his wedding 3 weeks ago. We're still friends with the family. He makes $160,000 a year being a welder, and he graduated high school and got his welding certificates, all of his stuff, and I'm like so proud of him. Like, I just hug his neck and go, I'm so proud of you. Like, that's awesome. That's what I want to see for every student in North Little Rock. And it's not just about the bottom dollar. It's about him being able to provide for himself
Sure.
and his own family.
Right.
So he's done very, very well.
And
I'm
he
very
had a
proud of him.
plan.
He had a
because
plan.
He had a plan.
But
He
I'll
didn't
tell you
have to
this.
wait until he got ready to walk across the stage for the thought process to be there. You start out early, catch him at the beginning, help him all the way through. That way, when they walk across the stage, everybody that walks across that stage, they got some kind of a plan. It may be to go to college. It may just be to
A police officer, a fireman,
go to
whoever.
but they have a plan.
Yes,
Right.
there's a goal.
I can ask anybody that's in that line, so what are you gonna do? And it won't be, oh no.
Well, and I think that speaks to that career development piece, right?
Yeah.
As early as that exposure to ensuring that there's multiple pieces of exposure to finding a passion for a career.
So, let me ask a question. So let's say next year we offered French, German, Spanish, Italian.
Sign
How mu-
language.
What?
Sign
Sign
language.
How many would sign up for that?
French, there would be at least 30 kids because next year we are taking a class to France as an educational tour. And so the conversation with that particular group has been, we're going to France, no one has taken a French class, we're all depending on our phones so we can speak and order our restaurant food. So there's at least 30 there that would order or that would take the French class. But then you backtrack to Spanish because that's the only thing we're offering, but there's no educational tours going to Central America or even Portugal or Spain and Europe. So
Let's,
It's kinda
how
hard to
many,
determine.
how many,
Kool-Aid, no sugar.
how many kids in the graduating class right now? Ballpark. How many?
At least.
We just,
All right, let's,
It's an average.
let's play some numbers games. The kid you described, taking an AP class, parents went to college, going to France. Ballpark me on my gruff school board buddy used to say, you know, they're going to be fine either way. How many of those are in the 500, do you think?
It's a good amount. I'd say at least 100.
Okay. And then 400 we should worry more about.
Yeah. And some of them are in the middle.
Middle.
Probably that's the biggest. And then you got a good chunk, probably 150 or so. It's interesting.
This school is-
Graduation, I look across that stage and I'm guilty and I'm thinking, what is she gonna do? Or what is, I mean, it's in my mind, I'm guessing, you know, by the attitude and so forth. That large number is big. It's about maybe 150. That's
Just
the
clueless.
lower totem pole.
Doing some
Don't
very,
know where I'm going.
no, but doing some really unscientific numbers. 100 probably we'll call college ready. 150 we really worry about. And then 250 or so in the middle somewhere.
Which could go either way. That's my mindset. The people that are in the middle could go either way. I was a middle person. I could go either way because I didn't know, I didn't have no direction. And if somebody had gave me some direction, I'd been with the AP people. But I didn't get any direction, so sometimes I was with the people that got forgotten about. So we have a lot of those that all they need is some direction.
Well, would
And-
it be
and I-
the fact, excuse me, please, in your situation, like that group down there, but the thought would be, if you have a strong foundation of parents, you don't have time to sit and think about what you gonna do, because they're telling you, this is what you will do. That was my situation.
And that was mine too.
You know,
Yeah.
so that middle group, come out and be more successful than the A's and B's, you know, the high, because they may fall through the crack. But there are a lot of successful things that I kind of like that middle group, because when you put all your hope in that child, and sometimes parents put too much pressure on their children to be what they weren't, and they want to make that role model for them. And I think that really North Rock has really survived on that. We haven't had too many kids to be incarcerated during these years. Very few, I'd say 1%, not like it's going now. Now, we're talking about the past. So, but what I'm saying is, I think we're very fortunate in North Rock because we still have a very strong support system. And when parents are running the house, that's a different scenario. You're not gonna lay in the bed, out the bed, down and get up, go get your job or go to school, choice. So I think we're pretty good.
I think we are. I think that's an excellent point.
Yeah.
Because, both of you made, because that middle 250, if we focus on that middle, they will help that bottom 150. See, their friends, they got friends with that top 100,
Yep.
and then they're friends with that bottom 150.
Success floats all boats.
You got it.
So we had about
So-
480 walk, we had 145 honor graduates.
Okay.
Say that again?
And I think,
We had 480 children walk at graduation out of 500, and you'll have to tell me the number.
yeah, it was like
530, 540, something.
535, sticks in my head.
535, so 535 kids,
Graduated.
480, 480 walked. and
I want to stop you there.
Mhm.
So I just want to stop you there.
Mhm.
So we got.
We actually have
we got-
500
We got
graduates.
55 kids who didn't have family love to say, why don't you go to the ceremony?
Mhm.
Yes.
Mhm.
Why don't you go to the ceremony? Why don't we celebrate you today?
Or
So we got 55
they didn't have the credit.
who didn't, okay.
To
so
walk.
Okay, so that 55 includes,
Summer school.
I don't want to walk,
Right,
and it includes, I don't have the credits to
I don't have the
graduate.
credits.
correct.
And now keeping our whole day in the same direction, because the ninth grade council wasn't wrapping their arms around that kid, so let's get you those hours, right?
Yeah.
This is the sort of theme coming through our day, but those are interesting numbers. Now, go ahead, I'm sorry to
It's
interrupt.
okay, it's fine. Then we had 145 honor graduates. So those are the ones with the yellow sashes, just for our visual.
That's a good number, right? I mean,
Mhm.
that's not a
But
number to
then-
be,
Okay, so out of that, I'm gonna get on my soapbox, you know I'm going. I have a bonus baby who, you know, anyone who's in my home, I fed, loved, and clothed, they're my bonus baby. So I have a bonus baby out of the 400 number who got into Stanford, Yale, Harvard, Colorado, Rhode Island, and the list goes on. But did he have a yellow sash for honor graduate? No. So,
okay, well, tell me why. How can you get into those colleges and not be an honor sash?
he got a 36 on his ACT.
Okay,
So he's got all the qualifications, right?
right?
And then, here's the bonus, he comes from a well-educated home, so he knows he's going to be college ready. He's college ready. He walks across our stage. He doesn't have his cords. He doesn't have his honor sash, whatever it may be, because he did not have 2 years of foreign language. That's what held it
And I'm
up.
a little lost, so
Yeah, so, I mean.
you gotta help me
this-
here.
Well,
He's been
I-
yelled at.
No,
So
no,
our own sash requirement, we don't offer what you need to wear it?
So,
Did I sum that up right?
well,
Pretty much.
According to what you heard, yes, you did.
Pretty much.
And I think when we get into the strategic plan, which is goal one, we have there's an indicator on the graduation rate,
Yes.
that data, there's ninth grade credits to talk about. So, this is a rich discussion, but I just want to make sure we
Yes.
keep it 30,000.
Okay.
Because we're gonna take this deep dive shortly, in the indicators when we start looking at unpacking that graduation rate, which is around 82%. And that's when we can start really getting into,
And the way this presentation is
The
stacked
why.
today,
Yeah.
the philosophical now leading to what the superintendent has been working on for more than a year, the nuts and bolts of how to fix a lot of this.
Absolutely.
Then that becomes, I think, very much the nuts and bolts of
action.
how many French classes can we offer? Are we hiring enough counselors? Are we hiring diverse counselors? Are we recruiting at traditionally
Diverse
black
teachers.
colleges? Are we doing so our staff looks more like our student body? But I do think, again, just to put your mind at ease, if philosophically we're talking about the issues right now, what we're working toward is the solution at the
Absolutely.
end of this, okay?
Absolutely.
I say we give him a yellow sash.
I'm just saying.
Okay, so that's the sort of graduate profile. Core values, what are the district's core values, deeply held beliefs that are the foundation of what we're doing? I think if this is in your package, if you go through it, you would see sort of the things that we would want any good human being to be part of his or her personality, honesty, fairness, accountability, ethics.
Yeah, and I think the notion behind this is more for us as an organization, as adults, as employees. Do we all have the same fundamental core values, that this is how we're going to act as an organization, is kind of the notion behind these core values. Can we live with these core values, or are there other core values that need to go in place of these? Because this sets the framework of how we're going to behave to be able to, or act in order to accomplish the long-term success of our organization.
Okay. So draft how we as a board,
As a whole entire North Little Rock
Wow.
School District, board, employees,
well, my take on that, Mr. Quinn, would be, if we just as a board, because this is a part of the community too, that if we respect each other and their ideas and adult behavior, if anyone has a problem with the other person, we need to go to that person. And always remember that we are professional, so we need to act with professional behavior. So that's a part of the core values of this.
I love how you just said that, because you said, here's what we all should be. And I think this section, the core values, is the district putting on the table, saying, this is what we should be. I don't think this is a document that gets used every day, but I think this is the North Little Rock School District being on the record, as you put it, how we should be treating each other, how we should be professional.
Yes.
And I think the language is not complex. It's sort of like what we would expect out of good human beings.
That's true.
Agree with that.
is there anything there we can't live with? I mean, it's like real simple.
It is.
Like
Sometimes
we all believe in
simple is-
integrity, honesty, fairness,
Simplicity is the
accountability, our commitment to our students.
Sometimes you
We
just gotta
value
unlearn
diversity and inclusion.
Yeah.
We all need to be value continuous learning at the board level to the classroom level, working together.
And I think as we go through this process and through today, and then when you formally approve these pieces, we will do different versions of these that both look attractive, can be used on all your digital platforms, can be some posters distributed through schools. I think, you're sending a message here, what you expect of yourselves and of the district. And I think, I'm a big believer in good graphics artwork that, again, will continue to dress this up, and it will go out to sort of as a manifesto of what the district thinks good people should be. And again, I expected we wouldn't spend a lot of time on this today, because no one's really going to argue that we should be honest people who live our lives with integrity, right? So,
But just to pause, is everybody okay with anything you want to add to that? Okay.
again, this is a moral purpose statement, similar, again, part of what we intend to be. Pretty straightforward. Our moral purpose is that all children will achieve, have a quality teacher, and be in a safe, healthy environment. We will not allow an achievement gap in the district. One thing I like about this, we took the global language out, and we're telling you something pretty straightforward here. And this is our moral purpose. It's clean language, it's compassionate, it's, again, not language that we will use every day, but it's, again, the district being on record on how it wants people to act and the district to act.
No achievement gap.
That's a strong statement.
That's a
It's a
strong
strong
statement.
statement.
And
Well, and I believe in that statement, and if you do what you say you're gonna do, because, reason I'm saying, it's in there, we have 5 elementary schools with these, that there is a tremendous, that's why I was looking at the work that needs to be done. Because you have achievers in 3 schools, well, 4 really, elementary schools, but the other schools got these, grade level Ds. And then now we're on a level 4. That,
In
to me,
literacy.
is work that the board has really got to be considerate of. to
And-
move forward. Cause when I look at that gap, yes, sir, there is a big gap, but I see that the things that you have been presenting to the board, that will eliminate some training for teachers and principals for everything this summer, for the coming year. But that's what made me sit up, cause there is, ooh,
Nice guy.
work to be
And,
done.
and Ms. Williams, thank you for that. And one of the reasons why we put that in there is I think that this makes a statement to our entire community that we're serious about ensuring that our children all have the best education possible. And what I also like about this is back to our core value. This is accountability. That we all own this as an entire community. And I think taking a stand and say, that's a bold statement. We're not going to allow this to happen. And when we make decisions as a board, a superintendent, that we need to come back to this and say, okay, what are we doing about that gap? What are we, just my,
Thank you, Mr. Quinn,
And I-
but that,
Well, I think once again, you get right to the core sentence, which is if we have 5 elementary schools with a D, that is a moral issue. I mean, I like the way you put that, and an achievement gap is a moral issue.
And
Ms.
what I
Temple.
was gonna say is I feel like that achievement gap is part of what drives people leaving at the middle school, because all of those schools come to the middle school at that
Right.
point, and the schools that are performing well, they know all these other schools are coming that are underperforming, and they're not expecting their kids to get the same level of education, because
Right.
you have all this feeding in that needs additional work, right?
right,
I
they
mean-
kind of, you're right, Ms. Tim, because it seems like they try to pile into the schools who are doing well, and that is the law that we had, that you could put your child in a school, if that school had a failing grade, you could put your child into that school, but now it's bursting the seam at the elementary schools that are doing well, when all of them should be doing well. Did you catch that, Dr. Quinn?
well, the other thing,
Well, you said it on point, I had forgotten about that.
the other thing I like about this is this, to me, is so simple because you have to have a safe environment, you have to have a great teacher, and you have to have a great leader.
That's right.
That's what makes great schools.
If you had no head, Mr. Quinn, you only got dangling feet.
Say that again?
When there's no head, you only have dangling feet. That's why we need strong leadership in our schools at the top. And if you got it, the teachers will do what they're supposed to do. That's the way, so I just translated that for you,
It all
okay?
begins with good principles.
All right, good principles.
And I'll say this, and the flexibility of the administration to put good people in place,
Mm-hmm.
which is, I mean, we live in a state where for years that line is, well, you can't fire anybody. You know how hard that is to do? Well, you can if you do it right. But to your point, I mean, it begins at the school, good principles, everything sort of feeds off that.
There you go.
And I think the more the community knows about this statement, I think the better the.
That's a good point,
thing
Mr.
that I
Steele.
get out- Yeah, the people will know that, hey.
The
they're
messaging.
They're taking a step in the right direction, and they're putting it in writing.
Right.
Good point.
So there had to be a buy-in for it to be public and in writing. But I think the other thing that may not even need to be said, but some people take things for granted. We're not talking at all about not supporting with everything we have, the high achieving.
Right.
And the high achieving students. And that top 100, we've got to continue to push them. We want
Yeah.
graduates going to Rice and Fayetteville. We've got to continue to push them, and we got to continue to make them examples, because that's also going to help that middle 250. But to parents, we want to make sure that we know we're not just going to focus on everybody so much and the gap so much that we pull somebody down in order to bring that gap, close that gap. The way you close the gap is just raise everybody up.
Well, and there are kids who very much want to take French and go to France, and they're in our 145 college-ready honors
Sign
group,
language.
and you're spot on, because we're like almost 2 hours into this, and we have spent a lot of time on lower performing, but we also have to remain a district that's attractive to the 145, and then we have to move more of the 250 up into the 145.
But I also think to Mr. Steele's point, which is the language, when we say all children will achieve, that means 8,193. If you're a high-performing kid, we want you to,
Achieve.
we want you to accelerate. We want all of our kids to maximize the maximum achievement. I think
And
that's
I think the
that's a
good
good
part
point.
about this too, Dr. Paluski, what you've said, and you, Mr. Quinn, Mr. Steele, you know when you said a few minutes ago about, again, if the community is aware, that we are aware, that the schools, we're trying to do something about the
That's
schools.
the thing.
And when he has his organizational changes, don't be upset, because what?
We trying to do
We
something.
trying to what? Have quality.
Our moral
Trying to
purpose.
do something.
That's the only way we can do it, and they will quit protesting, because now, if anybody has said anything to me, Mr. Quinn, about, well, you know, changes and stuff, don't talk to me about change, because we, as a board, if we care anything about our 8,193 students, we're gonna have to change. But we need to keep the board informed, as stated, letting them know why we're doing the change.
Yes.
Because my statement to people is, don't talk to me about when we're making changes, when you have schools that are making these. And our high school, which I love, and we graduating 500 students, and it's a D. How do you think I feel? I'm embarrassed. When we got our middle school over there, 7th and 8th grade campus, it's a what? D. So why, we can't draw the community, other people in from other places, when they realize, hey, these schools, what they doing? I don't want my child going there. So everybody by law, they run the 3 schools in the district, a few elementary, but otherwise they don't have any place to run because of our high schools. So yes, achievement gaps, I want us looking good, because I'm tired of the sick and tired of us not doing, yes.
And that reminded me, at one time in our workshop, we were going over the schools.
Right.
And we had a bunch of F schools at the time.
Y'all had 1F, that was
Yeah.
7th Street.
That was only F? I thought
That
we
was
had-
the only
okay.
F.
I thought boom.
But
Because
what-
Boone Park,
They
was
were F.
F2, it
Yeah,
was 2.
okay.
They were F.
Well, what I noticed when we were doing that, I was looking at the grades in the school, and there wasn't a single child in those schools that had below a C. There is such a thing as a bell curve. We're not gonna have all kids performing at A level. It's not possible. But that doesn't mean that the ones that are making Ds have to be a huge gap. But there's something really wrong when you have a failing school and the lowest grade in the school is a C. I mean,
Ms. Temple, it goes back to what you just said, for your kids with special needs, special services. That's why you hire these teachers in special needs, they have to do modification, and they can only grade them according to what they're teaching on that level. But if they haven't been taught anything, they can't move up. You understand what I'm saying? And you're right about meeting the needs of all of these students. But we have teachers in place to teach these students. That's why I say when you got no head, you got dangling feet. They just have to get in a check.
Mr. Quinn, I just made an observation. I think in our original draft, we had have a high-quality teacher and leader. We may have somehow, I think that needs to be back in there. We may have missed that.
High-quality teachers.
Ha-
Yeah.
Well, have a high-quality teacher and have a high-quality leader.
Leader.
And be, and in a safe environment, because we know what makes great schools, great leaders and great teachers. And I know that was in our original draft, I think, Mr. Quinn.
Yeah.
I just don't want to leave that out, because that's a key
We got good
component.
teachers.
Just to put a ribbon on some of this, what you just said, until we say we're gonna change the Ds and the F, and to what Tracy said, people need to see this. I think when you go public with all of this, you are saying, we're on the record in writing that we're gonna change, and that we're gonna address 4Ds. So I do think a lot of this is new for the district and the school community, but you're saying, okay, here's the new bar. And we're gonna, I think, have a pretty aggressive communication plan when the time is right to tell people about this. Because you can't say we're gonna get better unless you say, well, here's what we're promising. And that's where it takes courage to
Here's
sort
what
of-
we expect, and here's what we all believe as I'm so excited.
You live me.
It's like Christmas morning to me.
So you wanna take a 10-minute break?
That's great.
Take a 10-minute break, we'll come back with, I think we've touched on it really through all of this today, which is reminding me, I think the way we've structured this leading up to the long-term strategic plan was the right thing to do, but we'll come back and, I think, recap what we see as the core challenges, many of which I think you told us clearly what you think they are, so we'll just continue that and then keep moving. So why don't we take a 10-minute coffee break?
All right.
So I was looking at the literacy rates. Arkansas is 43 out of 50.
Yep.
What is your daughter gonna major in, Ms. Walker?
Zoe, she's going to medical.
school.
She's doing the
You're
medical
struggling with
field. She's doing APN is her ultimate goal. So we'll do
She
nursing.
on 6th grade?
I would like for her to work while she does her APN, get a little bit of money, get off my paycheck. But we'll see how that goes.
Well, see, I was talking about one of the things, but your daughter didn't have a choice in terms of what she gonna do. That's,
She had a
you know what I
job,
mean?
but yes,
Hot going to school.
yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
See, a lot of kids don't have that opportunity.
yes. Well, that's why my bonus babies, I mean, we constantly have that conversation, and they don't have to go to college, but what are we gonna do afterwards?
Right, you know, like I said, they need to, whether it's, 2 years, military, police, whatever.
Yeah.
They need to be just well
Huh?
rounded.
We've got one of my bonus babies just went to the military, and one of my bonus babies is in the, just signed up for the fire. There's like a school, you gotta go through a training program, but they're doing the fire over in, Little Rock. So.
I know that day I went to field day, I was like, these kids are a lot to handle.
Oh my goodness. It took all that, huh?
No, I don't need that.
Well, she talked you well, it looks like. I'm kind of partial to Mark's
Girl, they the best in the land. Marks are the best.
Marks.
Marks.
We had that last weekend.
Marks is the best in the land.
What?
Marks Donut.
Mark's Donuts,
Where is it located?
off of Camp Robinson.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, I just.
You gotta get there before 8:30, or you're sitting in line for 25 minutes.
It's just that.
Don't be just bringing one person on.
I was gonna take my brother told me he's gonna go with me.
Mark's Donuts, honey, it's like next to Jesus.
Yeah, we had that last weekend.
Well, I don't know.
My son called me yesterday, he was on his way to the office, and he said, well, I was over here at Camp Robinson, I was getting some marks. I said, are you bringing me some? He was like, no, I'm taking these to work. I was like, you don't love your mom.
I took them to work probably 2 months ago. Now though, they're open. You can go inside now. Used to, it was drive-through only. So last weekend, we were able to walk inside, order our food, and walk out.
Yeah, Mark's is next to Christ.
Now,
I'm just getting them for the girls, or just go to the dollar.
I will.
Have no head.
Yeah, but no, it's for me, that's true.
And I'm serious about that. I've been saying
Oh,
this
Lord.
for years.
Especially if I get there.
Superintendents.
is it a competition?
But they just
Not
don't
as a frown, but like
You want
if
a job,
I
so
didn't
you
have
can-
any friends.
So, in the past, have they just not listened, or they just not cared?
What?
As far as past superintendents?
Well, you know, we fired the last superintendent.
Well, I'm saying, even with the 4 in the last 11 years, did they just not care, or did they just not get it, or make the
Rogers
connection?
didn't- Ackland didn't listen, nor care, nor get it. And then the one before that, we had for quite some time. He's our 4th. The last one we had for what, 12, 15 years? He was here. He was here while you graduated then.
Oh, I didn't graduate from North, I graduated from Joe T.
He was here.
Okay.
Because
I graduated under Mr. Smith.
I had good old Bobby Lester.
Well, Smith was the year.
Smith was here for 25 years.
Yeah, so I graduated under,
When you heard him say we done had 4
In 11, I was just
last
like,
11 years,
yeah, I graduated.
now my daughter has a clip on North Little Rock, North Little Rock TV, or when she was on that North Little Rock news team, and she did an interview with Kelly Rogers. And
Lord Jesus.
He's the one that did all the schools.
the poor baby said, Kennedy said, you act like you so uninterested. And I asked my daughter, I said, did you say that to him? She said, yeah, because he was just like blowing me off. And she said in the interview, she said, you act like you
So let me, okay, I think this has been really good. I think you are giving the superintendent direction, guidance, thoughts, and priorities. And I think it's also flowing the way we had hoped it would. So let me just set up the next couple of steps. We're going to talk about challenges now, which I think we've done a lot, but I'd like to try to pull that together. I also would sort of say we're going to talk about the vision statement and the mission statement. Now, the core values and moral purpose, I think, are things we believe in and that we will create and we will put out there. But I think vision and mission are more on everything we do. So to put it simplistically, I think the vision and mission statement are our headline messages that are used everywhere. And core values and moral purpose are things we believe in, but are not quite as visible as vision and mission. So just sort of setting that tone. So we're going to talk about the challenges, vision, mission, which I think you'll have more specific input in probably than core values that we all believe in. And then we're going to get into the long-term plan, which is how we address, with specific buckets of work, all of the sort of general challenges we have discussed today. So, challenges, and I want to pick the starting topic because when I did the focus groups, I heard this. This is security, safety was right out of the box with everybody. Virtually every employee I talked to. And I'll be honest, I thought there would be a little bit more curriculum-driven. Should we offer French? How are we doing with our high performers? How are our counselors doing? That's what I was expecting. And I got a whole bunch of, you've got to stop disruptions in the classroom. Number two, I got, and I thought this was interesting, teachers telling me, when I have a problem and I send the problem to the office sends it right back at me. And then that whole class period is shot because all I've been dealing with is the one disruptive student. I mean, and the reason I'm telling you that, it's like drilled in my head because that was the safety and security that I heard over and over and over. You have now, and there's a whole, I think, if safety and security is the banner headline, there's underneath that, there's discipline and attendance, and there's how you're using hallway monitors and crossing guards, and what is your video system like, and there's a whole bunch of that. But so, and then staying on this, I think the safety and security is an image issue for the district. That's something that the community has talked about a lot. So I will stop there. And so when we talk about challenges, what are your thoughts on the banner of safety and security? And you have a new coordinator, and how's that going, and where do you think we should go?
So we've already made improvements. One, we've already hired someone with experience who knows what they're doing, we just established I don't need this, I'm loud.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
So we've already made the first step was hiring someone with the correct background for that position. A caveat to that is, yes, he knows law enforcement, but he also knows nationally what the needs and recommendations are for not only our school district, but within the school district. He understands the state issues, he understands the local issues, and then you narrow it down again to the school district issues. With that being said, he's already started training our existing staff members in proper training of how to accommodate our students. When we have a disruption, when there is a fight, when we have a walkout, when we have a protest, whatever the situation may be, there's now proper training on how to accommodate and handle the various situations. So that alone has taken us from bottom level, now we have a fighting chance.
There also needs to be some consistency. That's a work in progress. We don't have it now.
You mean
but
across the?
across
The district, just in general?
In general.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Now tell me what you mean, before you continue, tell me what you mean by consistency.
The best example that I have is when it comes to discipline, because like I was telling Dr. Paluski, and I was sharing it with Ms. West, I have a grandchild that has one more year before the middle school, and I'm sorry, I'm in turmoil. I don't know if I want her to go there because of the discipline. And it's not consistent. If, even at the high school, if you have a child, depending on who you are, you get caught having sex, you get a slap on the wrist and sent back to class. Then you have some that you get caught, you
For an
get 3
hour.
days suspension. Then you have those that have had sex for an hour
Oh, I thought you was.
and nobody said anything, and again, you get slapped on the wrist. It's a kiki, a laugh that has been airdropped all over the school. That doesn't look good. I mean, it's all out on social media, and parents are wanting to know, yeah. And so parents are wanting to know what happened. Where was security? Did anybody, who saw this? How did it just needs to be some consistency. If you're gonna do one thing for one child, do it across the board. Same thing with.
No, okay, so if, no, I want to stop you as you go, because I don't want to lose this. So if a student is caught having sex and this student is caught having sex, is that a principal decision, or where's that decision being made that's being made differently?
I think it's both. I think it's a principal and teacher.
Okay.
Because you may have a teacher, just like with our cell phone policy. We have a new cell phone policy that's gonna be implemented come August. But currently, you have some teachers that already have a cell phone policy, I guess you could say, where they don't allow their students to be in class texting and taking pictures and all that. But then you may have another one that, I'm fine, as long as you're not disturbing the class, it's okay. Consistency.
That's not security, then, that's.
So we just did that.
It is when you got electronics and everything is on the freaking internet, and you're videoing somebody else's kid and posting it on the internet. That's a security risk. And then you're letting the outside people know the vulnerabilities to know when to come in. It's like, who's on command, who's watching?
The adults
Kinda.
know, so that's what they learn.
Well, my thought is on that, that's in the past and it's a new vision, okay? We've had Mr. Finks, and I trust him, and I think that our security, if he's making them security now, they no longer campus supervisor. They got to pass the security where they have uniforms and everything, and the students will be able to recognize that, hey, Mr. Quinn, there he is. We better not do anything, because before, little tab. And I do believe that with that, him on board, I have every trust in him, that he's taking it in the right direction, that we will have full security, and that they will no longer, ready to be substitute teachers either.
Well,
When
Be
they didn't have
substitute
enough
teachers.
teachers, they would send them into classes where teachers weren't there. So this will be a whole change and we're going forward now. They would not be used for substitutes. They couldn't work their security, because if a teacher was out, and you know how sad our Little Rock and us in the county, we all use the same sub company, and there would be days that there was not a teacher available. So
Lots of
hopefully,
times.
they'll be able to stay on their post and do their jobs.
That the security, I forgot all about that. Yeah, the campus supervisors, they're not necessarily securing the building. They're substitute teachers. And they sit in classrooms and keep classes while the halls are free reign.
So consistency and of enforcement of existing policies, which are being enforced very differently sometimes on a case-by-case
There
basis.
we go.
And then I would finish that thought with, the superintendent on this topic and many others needs solid data, easily accessible to the administration to say, here's how many complaints, here was the discipline, here's probably the black-white spread on the discipline. I mean, that type of data is needed here, I would guess.
So we just did a policy for a discipline rubric. So with that discipline rubric, we can now hold accountable teachers and principals, security, whoever it may be, of what they should have done versus what they did do, if that's the case. Or you can look at this discipline rubric as, these are your guidelines, this is what we need to do, and we go forth. So again, we've hired the correct man for the job, or individual, woman, in our situation, the man. We're making those steps for consistency. We're making those steps for proper training. We're making those steps to secure our buildings correctly to where we're all aware what just happened in Texas. No one wants to experience that situation. So with that being said, we're also looking at our technology that goes in effect with our security. So it's a multifaceted. Security is not just an individual in a uniform standing at the door protecting me. Security is someone who has the knowledge of what to do, how to do it, and how to react in a situation. Security goes beyond a man in a uniform with a nice polo shirt that says NLR Security.
But
So-
what I like, you just told me like 4 very specific things the board has just done.
Yes, we did.
So
With the leadership
the
of
whole
Dr. P.
community was sitting here watching, listening.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, there's nothing fuzzy
Nope.
about what the board has done to try to be more secure.
Correct.
Starting with the right hire.
Correct.
Yep.
Right.
Starting with the passage of a policy that
Correct.
brings
Thank you.
consistency to how a specific thing is managed.
Correct.
Safety, learning from Texas, how you train
Well, I have a
employees.
comment on that before we close the
No,
door.
we're not, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I agree with that. I have tremendous respect for law enforcement and what they bring to the table, but I think it's also important that we have people who communicate and can communicate with the students that are in that same capacity. I don't think we can put it on one man and say, oh, well, we made a good hire and it's gonna resolve all of our security problems. No, that's not gonna happen. We're in a different state now, how we deal with these situations. That person was on duty, fully employed with North Little Rock, and we talk a lot about Texas, that was awful, but we had a shooting outside of our graduation
Yes, we
night.
did.
Yeah, we did.
Yes, we
And
did.
that person was on staff in the building. I talked with him, and so if you were out there, when I went out there to the doorway, to make sure that door was locked, because somebody said, somebody in security said, don't let the students out, and I was already toward there taking some pictures. Those students were trying to get out and see their friends and family and so forth, and the doors were locked. But when the shooting happened, you could see people trying to turn around and run back in the arena to lock doors. That was not a good sight. I mean, so we can't say, hey, the worst thing we could do is turn a deaf ear and say, hey, we hired one guy and he's gonna take care of it. It's gonna be a process that everybody is going to have to be involved with from a community standpoint. And I understand that the shooting, I understand there were students from North Little Rock, and I understand there was one that got shot in the leg, I think it was,
From after graduation?
after our graduation.
That I have not heard.
But what now?
That's the word on the.
Oh,
on the street.
that would
The
be
street
new to
committee
me.
said it was. The street committee
Yeah,
said
it was said
somebody
we
got
were
shot.
ready to check on that, but that happened while all of us, everybody at this table was there. And so, I'm past the point where, I'm giving any distance at all, or taking anything for granted when it comes, to dealing with our kids and with safety. Because the reason why I say it's so important that we have somebody who can really communicate, know these kids. I think most of everything happened, and I talk with young people, they talk about it first on the internet. And that's the difference that I have heard, even from the gentleman that you're gonna be with, who was one of the lead people in banging in Little Rock, but now turned his life around and helping. I asked him, well, what is the difference then, you remember that so well, Joe, then and now? He said, well, now these kids talk about it on the internet and then do it. So when you go to these places and there's a big fight, it just didn't happen because they got into it when they got there. They were already talking about it. So I think that type of cyber security and knowledge and communication with kids, somebody was talking about going after somebody at the graduation, and we didn't catch it.
Oh, well, my thought on that too, Mr. Quinn, is that we hired Mr. Fix, like we trust Dr. Paluski to do his job. Let him prove himself as a job, and I think he can hire his own people, because he may have to go over there and clean house at all the schools where we have these people. And I believe and I trust, it's not about it is the man, like we said, Dr. Paluski was the leader. Let the person who getting paid do the job. And then as a board, we can sit up there and say, hey, you didn't do it. But at this time, thank you, at this time, it won't be just about, it's not about just him, because the man has only been here a short while. He gotta choose his own staff, people that he know that the same way Dr. Paluski process have used. You don't sit up and try to change things until you observe things and you see the need. He did that for 100 days. And I think that in that I felt he made a good hire. He is his last boss here. So until then, and I heard what Mr. Steele said, we keep saying him. We know he's not alone, because he got to come in, I hate to use the word, he got to clean house because of the problems we've had with previous to schools. Because even a day after that killing in Texas, okay, was that, no, in Mexico, and a police officer came up and said, Miss Williams, Dr. Paluski, Mr. Finch told us to lock all doors. And you know, when you get ready to go into the auditorium, the security person sitting there and the police officer standing, he said, he said, a student just walked in. How did that happen? I'm not getting up, open that door every time one come in. So these are the things, if you don't document it, it didn't happen. And he's just too lazy to get up and keep that door locked. And it could have been another killing of North Rock. And that just happened the same week that school was in. And I said, he said, but guess what I did, Miss Williams? I said, what? He said, I went and locked the door, and she's going to have to get up and unlock it every time somebody knock on that door. So these are the things that I'm saying. Not alone, Mr. Steele, because I believe he seemed like a very nice person, but I think that he's going to have to do some things, too, up at that high school.
Not just the high school, I'm sorry.
All schools.
We need more security at all of the schools.
Yeah, he'll do that.
Because, I don't know,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, this is an awesome discussion, and you know, 4 days being here, one of the first things I talked about was my direct concern about safety and security and the looseness within our organization. I've also shared with you as part of my goals, hopefully next week, we're going to come to you with a reorganization plan that is going to absolutely enhance a lot in our safety and security system. whether that's the advancement of technology and support personnel, whether it's, tracking social media, all the way to securing each site. And I'm excited about, that opportunity. And I'll just close with this, and thank you for bringing that up, Ms. Williams, as it relates to key challenges. In that 100 days, I think we all recognize that what we were hearing, whether that's quantitative or qualitative data, there's 5 buckets here that are big challenges, whether that's safety and security, whether that's the rigor in the classroom and focusing on Tier 1 instruction, whether that's building capacity of teachers and leaders, engaging our community, which ends up becoming now, what we're going to get into here shortly, is the framework of really what we're going to focus on in 5 strategic areas as a school district.
Well, and just picking security as a key challenge, I mean, I'd take it a little bit higher, big picture, and one of our key challenges has been just the culture where we were hiring people who weren't skilled for the job. I mean, we've had a lot of people who were in positions that they didn't have the skills to do the job. And so there's cleanup there that's going to go all throughout the school.
And just, I remember we had a brief conversation about some of the challenges at graduation. I remember you and I having a conversation about maybe next year looking at, even with the campus supervisors, having them more involved because they know the children, and then they kind of can identify which one may be a challenge or which one like to keep a lot
Sure.
of drama. Because I was very sad that happened. I saw my friend over here had somebody in handcuffs walking out, and I thought, how awful on graduation night.
Well, also to that, and just so you know, when we have an incident, we do an incident command reflection after that. What's unique about this situation is we're talking 3 agencies here. We've got North Little Rock School District, we've got NLRPD, and we've got Simmons Bank. And so and we have a great relationship with NLRPD and Simmons Bank. And there are things that we absolutely learn from that situation that will directly be changed for next year.
Thank you so much.
But there's more that could be done
Yeah.
differently.
It's gonna take everybody. I mean, NLRPD is the best, in my opinion. But it's gonna take a lot of work. And I think
It's going to take the community.
prioritize, like Ms. Williams said, safety and security has got to be high up there on that.
Absolutely.
Number one.
Absolutely.
And we can't sweep things under the rug. We can talk about who this person, that person. Can't sweep it under the rug. It did happen. We need to deal with it. We can look at other places and say, oh, that happened there. But no, we gotta deal with things that happen here.
Mhm.
And fights that are happening, too many at the middle school. They continue to happen and happen all the way up until the end. And me and you've had
Yes, sir.
several conversations about that.
Yes, sir.
I'm getting calls, a lot of teachers that I'm done with it, I'm leaving. Teachers have saying that I got hurt trying to break up a fight. Send the kid to the office, nothing happens. Next day, kid's right back in the classroom.
It's a change now, thank God.
So
Well, and I think, as I was listening to you, Mr. Steele, I think it to come back full circle, it goes back to that moral purpose. I mean, that moral purpose says a safe and secure environment, a high-quality teacher, a high-quality leader,
And
which
the
comes
change
back
is-
to all of this, that in the decisions we make, got to come back and reflect that moral purpose.
And see, the change we just got from our good governor, he's allocated so much money to all the schools. We haven't gotten our share yet for safety. Number 1 priority. So that'll be a big help for us, more
Resources.
hires, more things to do. He announced it yesterday, and it made me proud, Governor
And support those-
Asa
support those
Hutchinson.
changes,
Hutchinson.
Because you're gonna get some pushback. We gotta support those changes.
Uh-huh.
Which I think comes back,
Hey,
which comes back to our moral purpose. If we get pushback, it's like, why are we doing what we're doing?
Right.
So if we talk about challenges and the
Yes.
things you worry about, if security is number 1, what are your nominations for 2 and 3? What are the other big things that are the challenges you think about?
Curriculum.
What?
Curriculum.
As far as safety and security specifically?
No, I
What
think
are
he's
the-
going
oh,
beyond.
just
like-
overall,
like,
okay.
Yeah.
If you were to
We
pick
could probably spend
5
all day
big
on security.
things.
Okay,
Now
gotcha.
I want to take you, I want to stay in challenges, but if security is number one, what are the other things
Oh,
you worry
security's
about?
Curriculum and technology would teeter for me between 2 and 3. Because they go hand in hand, in my opinion,
Yeah.
in this day and age.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look at us, we're all in our
Got a
laptops.
laptop, yeah.
I mean, so that's technology, but yet we're learning, so that's a learning environment. So I
Put
would
them
tie
together.
those together.
I agree.
Okay, my statement would be, our plans for staffing buildings and reducing spendings, because we have an overload in certain schools and that needed. How do we staff our buildings? Because we don't know, and what is the formula that we use to staff our buildings? I say because of enrollment, but where are we tightening the budget on the staff to find out, because we went through pandemic? That's the reason I'm bringing that, something that you'll have to do.
Okay, to piggyback off of what you just said, former Superintendent Ackland, cut a lot of staff members.
Right.
I think we got rid of like 130 staff members, but enrollment was down.
Right.
Now enrollment is up, so we're hiring some, not everyone that we need. But yes, you bring a very valid point to that.
And you're probably hiring because you lost during COVID.
Yeah, I mean,
Like every other
COVID,
entity on the planet,
yeah,
you had trouble bringing everybody back to work.
absolutely.
Absolutely.
And we're just going all in the flow here. And to piggyback off Ms. Williams, even with staffing, making sure we have the quality staff that has the education to follow and work education / certification that would make the best person for the job get the job.
The superintendent cares a lot about
Yes.
I'm gonna try to do it right. So you have a bachelor's degree and we hire you to teach biology and you don't have a teaching certificate and we bring you in and you start teaching biology. Now, we should, within 3 years, get you a certificate, but we apparently aren't doing a great job tracking that.
Correct.
So we have people who've been here forever, teaching biology with just a
They
Bachelor
still
of
not
Arts.
certified.
So to your point, the superintendent has been rather emphatic in conversations with me for a year. We gotta shrink the number of employees going alternative routes, is what you call it?
Alternative certification, to be fully certified.
No, yeah.
Yeah, there's a whole discussion around, which I have in there. There's another one we'll get into, which is increasing our minority teachers, that we know there's an inverted there of the number of, which sets up a different cultural piece within our classrooms. So we're gonna talk about how we can increase our minority teachers to better reflect our student demographic.
And it kind of goes back to, I'm sorry about that, but Bill Belichick, it made me think of Bill Belichick and the Patriots about know your job, do your job. And he's big on do your job. And that's like the motto. Leaving, I would never visit their locker room, but it's, it's right there on the, when you leave out of the locker room, it's do your job. But if you just do your job, you would,
If you qualified, there you go.
Do your
That's what
job.
she was looking
That's
for.
what you know your job
Qualifications.
and do your job.
Because, excuse me, while we're on that, and this is something too, it's gonna be a challenge to Dr. Paluski. When the other night, we found out how many people got positions and not qualified for the job. And if he's gotta go through that, that's gonna, and the public needs to know this, people
say it
don't know.
louder, Miss Williams,
They
say it
gotta
louder.
know if you're not qualified for the job, and we had to do this several years ago, Dr. Paluski, with principals. They were no longer principals, but we were still paying them principals' salaries. And then the board had to vote to stop doing that, and they thought that was a catastrophe, but I think they ought to have been thanking the Lord for giving that free money for 5 years. And it didn't happen, you know what I'm saying? So with this, Dr. Paluski, we've already heard the story, Mr. Quinn. There are people, if you're not qualified, it's or, in the politics, or. You could either have this or. And he has got to make that strong decision to remove people because they aren't qualified, and it's nothing against him.
That's
But
the
if the
key
board
challenge.
is in there, as a board, we got to be together, got to explain it. And I don't have a problem with it, because you did good, getting that report from Mr. Gibson.
But
Thank
you have to be able to recruit teachers with a certain pay level
Mhm.
and where there's not fights in the classroom. One of you just said, teachers, I've had enough. Teachers getting injured, breaking up fights. If we're paying X% less than Little Rock, those are all real issues. I have it in my binder, there's an elaborate, staff member did a rather detailed, how do we go and recruit diverse teachers? It's about 20 pages.
We can't.
Okay, that's fine, but you gotta have a pay rate in your hand that makes sense when you go out to recruit. You gotta, someone who wants to live here, someone, who feels safe. And these all tie together, in terms of getting quality help. And then, to be quite honest, what we're talking about right now, eliminating people who are not quality employees in terms of what you expect and want. So, this is a complex, big piece of work.
Yes, it is. But it have to be strong.
You have to be strong.
And in our times too, I think we can't underestimate, what our economy is going to do. People now are going to be making decisions more based on, I need more money. Everything costs more now.
Well, and the teacher's salaries, that's what's killing us. Because, and Dr. Voluska did present us a program from the business department to show you get an incentive if you come to North Rock, $1,500 the first semester, spreading the money out. But when you look at $37,000 and Fayetteville $50,000, all our surrounding districts $40,000, we won't be able maybe to get the top quality, cause I'm gonna go where the money is, I'm gonna be honest. I'm sure that's what they're saying.
Where the
Mrs.
money
Steele
resides.
said it, point blank, money talks.
Why do you
On the
think,
wall.
I'm gonna ask a hard question, why do you think your pay rates have fallen so far behind?
Because the previous administrators never brought it to the board to discuss about money. They gave them certain departments high raises, but they weren't looking at the teachers giving them raises. That's what happened.
I think that our administrators are paid quite higher than other districts, while our teachers are paid less.
Right.
When I looked, I think administration makes a lot more.
So that's what they did. And Ms. Walkham, I believe, was begging for the secretaries that to help them get a little bump. Mr. Steele was challenging them about the custodians, and then the business department ended up getting all the money. And nothing was aligned to improve the teachers.
Well, there's no doubt all of this ties together. Every piece of this sort of begins with quality staffing, but getting to quality staffing, there are some very real economic and practical considerations to hire who you want and need to be hiring.
We also need to look at the fact that we're landlocked. Is that's a legislation type thing. That's not my field, but what I do know is that you have, like, McCain Mall money goes to Placer County. Union Pacific money goes to Placer County schools. There's big businesses in North Little Rock where their tax money goes to Placer County schools.
We don't have
But
a
they're
tax
in
base.
North Little Rock.
That's all you have to say.
And
No tax base.
the majority of our money come off of personal property taxes in North Little Rock.
When's the last time you did a millage?
2012, I think, 2017. When was the penny tax?
20
That wasn't a millage, though.
2012.
No,
2012.
No, a pure school millage election.
2012,
It's a long time.
2012.
It was 2012.
Yeah,
Okay.
because that's when we did all the schools.
That's when my son graduated.
I was
What'd you
president.
promise them that, 3 or 4 schools were in that package? or
No.
No, it was,
All of the improvements and
All
renovations?
the new schools.
Middle school didn't get done. Old
Was it
Main's still
supposed to
sitting
get
over
done out of
there.
that millage?
Yes, yes.
We call ourselves saving the $8 million, and then too, you have to realize, when we when we won the desegregation case, they
That-
quit
that-
giving them $1 million to
That
us.
money went away.
That's what happened. That money
That
went
money
away.
Went away.
And when that happened, that sort of, and we could have used that money toward, teacher salaries.
Diving a little deeper
If
into.
there's two things that money, the middle school and the teacher salaries, is that fair?
We had to save $8 million because we couldn't build Lakewood Middle School. So we thought we would use that $8 million to go in and repair. And at that time, the state said the school wasn't in that,
Disrepair.
that hardship.
Didn't need it.
Looked at it. But then, since then, whoever the people were, maintenance folk, they used them shade tree folk doing the work because they had presented that to us now while we need a new school. And so that's how that all happened.
The veils are being pulled back, so to speak. Now you see the nastiness of things.
How would a millage election be perceived today?
I don't think it'll go well. If you look at our poverty level here in North Little Rock, I mean, if we're really gonna deep dive into that for a minute, I don't think it'll go well. I think we barely got the 2012 passed. Do you remember the statistics on that, anyone?
But
let me
2012 was such a large millage.
It was,
It was,
you're
it
right.
was extremely large for us, for a district our size. I think it was the largest one in the state.
Or the two.
I even heard Mr. Steele was one of the largest in the country to,
It went for so much.
Yeah, yeah, about 275 million. Enough for all schools. A lot of districts passed millage for 1 or 2 schools. All of our schools got something, but I agree, the middle school, I don't think they didn't get as much. So, I mean, it would have to be something.
7.4
targeted.
million. Not to talk over you, Tracy.
How much
7.4 million
was what?
was the millage in 2012 that we passed.
Must have been bigger than that to do all that work. 7
That's-
million?
That's
No,
per
no.
year times so many
At term,
years.
it was 275 million, right, Dr. Williams?
The school, we're talking about how much the schools cost was 26
Well,
He's
it's
talking about how many
broken down by
meals.
years,
He's talking about how
right.
many
Okay.
meals.
by years.
10 years?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I want to circle back, I heard what Mr. Steele said about, the economy the way it is, and I get that people are really worried about, paying their bills and stuff. But I feel like that's never been the main driving thing. It's lack of support. There's other reasons I've taken pay cuts for better job environment, for sure. Because that's where you spend the bulk of your time, so that's huge. And we're in a nice location. People aren't gonna want to, even though they're getting more money, gas is going up. We're over $4 now, and it's keep going up. They're not gonna be driving to Conway and Jacksonville and Cabot and, I think we could keep them here, but they're gonna want the support. And, I think leadership is huge in that. And I feel like we could get some of our good teachers we lost back with good leadership.
265.5 million over
265?
5 years.
Oh, 5 years, okay.
5
Five.
years.
Mr. Quinn,
yeah, that's
I hear
significant.
what she's trying to say, Dr. Paluski. Like Mario and Angelo, I may forget what you said to me. may
I never
that
forget how you
hurt me,
feel.
But I'll never forget how you treated me. So, if we treat teachers better, helping them, there may be a sense of longevity in their stay with the North Rock School District. What?
I think money is important, but I think we could raise our rates and it wouldn't solve all our issues.
Right, I don't think it would solve all your issues, but I think there's like small pay differences, and you're starting as 37? Is that what you said, someone said?
Yeah, I
That's the
couldn't
term
make it.
starting?
I-
That's pretty low.
37, I thought we were at
Pretty
41.
low.
I thought we raised it to 41.
What?
I don't want to misquote that.
But I know a millage wouldn't pass with the district now. We've got to shine more before we would, go and ask somebody for some money. Let's just use the middle school for an example. I'm not gonna put money into this school when I know all this mess that's going on. But once I see some progress, then I'm more apt to put money to progress, if that makes sense. We could easily go out and pass a millage if we're shining, because people are gonna put their money behind the shine.
It's a chicken and an egg conversation, though.
Oh, y'all, okay,
Hard to
Mr.
shine.
Quinn.
So what
What
else?
if you going on to something else, cause it's,
No, I'm gonna stay on
10:25
challenges.
at 11 o'clock for you to access the
Are there-
state.
Are there challenges we're not talking about or thinking about, or big things that you think about, or we kind of have
We just
covered?
discussed it.
That's the main.
The morale.
We discussed it.
I mean, if you're gonna do 1, 2, and 3, the morale. So it goes back to teacher pay, it goes back to respect, it goes back to the overall student, the overall teacher, giving them the support that they need.
Mhm.
And morale is like culture, it's hard to shift. It's a big,
Mm-hmm.
I think this year has been a rude awakening for me with our teachers, because we have had a lot of change, and change is good. Change means growth. It's not always bad. But we've lost some teachers that have just left our school district. And I have to ask myself, is it because they're being held accountable? Surely not, no. Are they tired? Because it's COVID and I'm tired. I'm exhausted. Is it because they don't feel supported? Is it because we're on our 4th superintendent in 11 years and they've been with our district for 14 years plus? So it's a really hard look when you look in that mirror and you have to ask these hard questions, because we're losing some great teachers. We have some amazing team players here in North Little Rock. And I don't want to lose any more. I don't want to lose the ones. When the coach teaches a class and he knows every student by name without looking at the roster, and he lays out his expectations, and when those students arrive to those expectations, rise to them, that's because the coach did that. And I'm using one in particular that I'm thinking in my mind, and he's still with us, but he's been passed over a few times for some amazing opportunity for growth. So if we take this one teacher, and I'm going to use Rochelle. So if we take Rochelle, who's an amazing teacher, but she's missed out on 2 opportunities that she was giving to help Dorothy and to help Angela, what are we doing? We're hurting her morale. And then if say Conway calls, and Conway calls and goes, Rochelle, you're awesome. We want you. We just lost Rochelle. So we have to look at these things. It's not just let's hire Dr. Paluski's son because it's Dr. Paluski's son. It's who is the best candidate for that position. And that goes back to morale. That goes back to qualifications and quality. And that's something in the past we've not done well, but we are changing. And again, change is not always bad.
It can be hard sometimes, but change is necessary.
Change is necessary.
but you're describing problems today that run so deep.
Oh, yes.
that big change.
Oh,
Big
What'd you say,
change
the
is
reorg
needed.
chart you're going to the board with, when, 3 weeks? Next week, month?
Well, that's safety and security. Yes,
What?
that'll be the safety and security reorganization within the next week.
So a piece of the reorg.
Yeah, phase 2.
And, you know, reorg, it sets the grapevine going.
Absolutely.
And that's why I said, because
Sets
it
the cost of
runs
the
so
school
deep.
board member, you know? I've been here 13 years, and, you know, I should be more appreciated, and
That's why, like you said, it runs deep.
it runs
And
deep.
so we need the change, and it's gonna be good, but it's going to be hard.
Change
And
is
we
never
just
easy.
have to be ready for to go back to a moral compass,
Moral
we
purpose.
said, moral purpose,
Yeah,
we said,
which is our compass,
this
you're
is
right.
what we're wanting to do. Guys, the change is going to be hard, but it's necessary, and it's gonna be good in the long run.
Well, and the hardest thing, many people have an inability to ask themselves, am I willing to change? I mean, human beings hate that question. Most human beings. I will say this again, as I've periodically said this, so much of what you are bringing up, you're gonna see in the work streams on the strategic plan. Okay, am I missing anything on the key challenges? I think we've done the big pieces.
Yes, you did.
Okay. All right, so this is an interesting discussion. Current vision statement, world-class schools for world-class students.
Lob,
What'd you say? What did you say?
lob.
This is in my focus groups where this generated a lot of discussion, you know, and it's fair. Are we really world-class? Okay. And I think there was consensus that it was a little outdated, that it was used slightly wrong, and it was time to, again, refresh. And as I said earlier, I do think core values and moral corpus matter, but I think vision and mission are kind of the brand on everything you do every day. It'll be all over your web pages, it will be all over, you know, everything. So, this is where we are today. And these are some options that, and let the superintendent throw some thoughts out here. I do think we tried to make these, as someone said to me, you know, real language,
Simple.
understandable language. So, you wanna?
Yeah, so this was, as we've kind of been doing focus groups and just, you know, recognizing that it's time to set a new vision for our school district. And I was very glad to hear that we're all on the same page with this notion of future ready. And I think that's our shared vision. And I think somewhere within our new vision has to have something related to that. So we were just kind of kicking some ideas around and just at least wanted to get something on paper and have a discussion. Is there something that resonates with you? And probably what will happen out of this, it's not maybe one of these, it's going to be some kind of combination of but it's got to be simple. And it's absolutely got to be, you know, because this is where we're launching a whole new direction. You know, just as we've talked here, having that common vision around future ready, having a North Little Rock graduate, understanding what our moral purpose is, and then to be able to launch and really start the alignment process of our district based upon this fundamental shared vision.
I'd say keep working.
Well, there are places to start. So let's have a
I think
conversation.
it could be a combination of.
Yeah, I was thinking, I see some that
combination
would
of a
be
couple of
Well, yeah,
combination.
let's, that's what this is meant to be, is what is speaking to you that first combining a couple, like what's resonating?
I
with-
like the where your future begins, and then we prepare you for your future. I like something around the combination of those two.
I would like to point if you put in something about the community.
Yeah.
Our community, our schools, our future. Where your future begins, our community, our school. No, I got future used twice, so I wouldn't want that.
So, yeah, that's interesting. Our community, our schools, our
Our
scholars,
community, our
or
schools,
our
our
students,
future.
where your future begins
Yeah,
or something.
Yeah, now,
Yeah,
that would be a different, that's what
I like that, and I also combine the innovation and global future. Our community, our schools, our scholars, innovation, global, and future ready.
A lot for a T-shirt.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Which
But
one
you're
you-
thinking the right way. It's got to be just that simple to put on a T-shirt. I think
Didn't
that's a
think
good
about
way
that.
that's a good way to summarize it, Mr. Steele.
It'd be the whole bag.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
read?
just
What
cover
does
up
that
your whole
say?
bag.
I'm trying to follow
Just cover
that.
up your whole bag.
What's speaking to you, Mr. Steele?
Oh, I heard all the suggestions. I'm fine with. I don't want us to shortchange ourselves. I don't believe in where we're at now, world class. I don't think we're not dealing with the world.
Right.
But I think any combination of these, as long as we can make it short and
Simple.
simple.
And keep the community.
I think
That's
they're all
my main
good.
thing.
I'm kind of hearing keeping the community. I'm kind of hearing
Oh, right.
where your future begins.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hearing kind of preparing for your future.
What if you had the North Little Rock School District, our community, our school, where your future begins?
I like that.
Okay, say it again.
Right, say that one more time.
The North Little Rock School District, our community, our schools, where your future begins.
Okay, I'm finished.
So we can,
Oh, the North Rock School District, where your future begins.
Our schools, our community, right? Where your-
Combining
Our
those two.
community first. I
Okay.
think that's what I was hearing.
Yeah.
Our community,
Our
schools,
schools, where your future begins.
Where, oh,
You can put that on a
That
T-shirt.
combines it, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Combines
it.
it all.
Where your future begins. I like that.
one. Okay, and then two. Now, our community, our schools. Where
Where
did you have North Rock though?
Just like at the beginning, North Little Rock
Of
School
the North
District.
Rock.
Our community, our schools, where your future begins.
North Rock, our community, our schools, where your future begins.
Yes.
Okay.
I think the North Little Rock School District could just be our logo that we have.
Yeah, so the notion here, it's a good point, Mr. Steele. The notion is, some of our collective thinking is, we have the brand right there. Everybody in this state recognizes that. Then it would be the notion of working with a graphic designer with our logo to have that, our community, our schools, where your future begins. Then we start the marketing and the branding and around letterhead, and then kind of gets back to this vision around future ready. Because
Okay.
I absolutely love our logo.
We got that. North Rock. Okay. Our community, our schools, where your future begins.
that has a ring to it.
And you could just do
It's
that,
simple.
the NLR, instead of saying, NLR, our community,
Yeah,
our
I'm sure with the
schools.
graphic designer, how they would put our community, our schools, where your future begins, and some kind of, we would come back with a logo layout
Short,
of.
sweet, and simple.
Sweet, because
I mean,
we're not global, I can tell you that. We're not world class. I mean, how
That's
can
got a
you
ring
be
to
with
it.
felon school?
That's got a ring to it.
Yeah, I like that.
Yep, works for me.
Okay. Wow, Mr. Quinn, that went pretty
Okay,
quick.
Mr. Quinn, from 11:30 to lunch, board membership and super to collaborate over lunch for term. 15, it's not 11:30 yet, so we don't.
So it sounds like, are you ready to move on to the mission? That
Yeah.
might even be
Yeah.
a little bit more simple, because we've got a general idea. And then, which is good, we can get in the strategic plan earlier and
Yeah,
Further into
just
it.
to sort of do a housekeeping note, when we agree on all this, a good graphics artist will, make it all look
Bring
alike.
it to life.
Color, logo, so however we put the core values and moral purpose out, looks like this has the same general look as how we have the vision statement over the mission statement. So think North Little Rock, then a vision statement, and then the mission statement paragraph below it. But what I'm saying is, it'll be made to look beautiful.
Yeah.
But more importantly, it will be made to look consistent across everything we put out, so we start to rebrand. But, this is rich tradition here, that's not going anywhere, but we now work around that piece to, supplement it.
I'm gonna caveat to that. So would this be an opportunity for possibly our COE children to work with a graphic designer? Would this be an opportunity for our art students to work with a graphic designer? Let's buy into our students selling this, so it's a triple caveat, if you will. One, we're working with a professional. Two, we're giving our students an opportunity.
Sure.
We're also giving our teachers and students in our community the vision that we're all in this together.
Sure,
Just a thought.
sure.
Mission statement, the current, the North Little Rock School District and the community will provide for achievement, accountability, acceptance, and the necessary assets in the pursuit of each student's educational success. That's a little awkward at the end there, and the necessary assets in the pursuit of each student's educational success. The reality is, just sort of this whole graphic design discussion, you see that everywhere. You don't see the mission statement, again, because some of it you don't use as often and it just doesn't roll off the tongue. The new version, proposed new version, the North Little Rock School District mission is to prepare all students for the future by offering a well-rounded education that allows each child to achieve their full potential in a safe and supported learning environment to be future ready. Maybe we'll put a couple of commas in there, I don't know.
Fine with the proposed, but, right there on where it says the mission is to, why don't we just say will prepare all students?
Sure.
Yeah, I think it's good.
Will, yeah. Stronger language.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's kind of putting a stake in it.
Yeah,
We will prepare it.
not the Hopi joke.
Or you could also put after learning environment, a comma, and then change that end to and be future ready, just to give a little comma pause point.
Yeah.
Because when I read it out loud, I was running out of breath because it's just, there's no pauses or comma.
Used to be
Go ahead.
I was just seeing on the future, just, I'm part of the plan, the campaign for all of this. I'm sure Joe can help you with, put something together when we unveil and,
Oh, absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's gonna be key,
Yes, and
Amen.
yeah.
I am all about a cascading, coordinated rollout.
Yeah, and then continuous meetings like these to see where we are. Because we have taken
Yes.
steps and then we forget and slip back and.
Yeah.
Mr. Steele, you're just setting up the strategic plan, which is
Okay.
perfect. Because that's gonna be, so where are we with?
All consistent graphics, possibly designed by some of our wonderful students. And then you take that out and you start to put it on things. And then, again, with the.
We talk about, our students, our media center too. I think, you getting out there,
I've already.
YouTube and.
So we have a whole plan in which we're gonna work with Mr. Sella. And once we package this, is gonna be a video package about, coming soon. We're gonna put some trailers out, the new vision and new mission, kind of some teasers.
Trailers now. Okay.
Well, that's, when you work with a communications professional, that's
Well,
kind
I
of what you
mean,
get is,
I get it. Trailers are
teasers
important.
about,
Yes.
Joe knows that we rebranded DHS and that was one of the best rebranding jobs I've
That was
seen.
a long time ago.
That was a long time ago, but it's still, we still using.
But your point is spot on, like, again, and I look at this work as kind of a package of, and look, I think the most important thing you're doing is you're retiring that, okay? And now we can tweak vision, we can tweak mission, and we can make it beautiful, and then we can roll it out. But I think what's really important, I think, is you've got a new superintendent you've been working with for more than a year, you've done all this stuff, and then you start to show the community the work you are doing. Because change doesn't come overnight, and I could continue, and then in terms of teacher pay and hiring quality people, they want to know that you're changing what's going on here, so now they want to come. And again, we could stretch that out sentence for a mile, or sort of incorporating everything we want to do. But yeah, the brand, it doesn't do any good to sit in a room with just us and talk about this stuff. And there should be community
Communications.
meetings and presentations to the business community. So we can tweak these.
Yeah, this is good.
And then-
Any other feedback on, sounds like it's,
And my goal is.
says what it is that we envision.
Yeah, and my goal is that, you've given us general direction today, and I think we'll bring you a more advanced package next time.
It'll read, it'll flow. The North Florida School District mission will prepare all students for the future by offering a
Here,
well-rounded
can you
education.
start all over so make sure I got all that? Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. The North Little Rock School District mission will prepare
I think you leave
all
mission out.
students.
I think you leave mission out, just say
Yeah,
North
he
Little Rock
said
School
okay.
District will
Will.
prepare.
Okay.
Well prepared.
Because above that
All
would
right.
say mission statement.
Yeah.
Yep,
Gotcha.
gotcha.
The North Little Rock School District will prepare all students for the future by offering a well-rounded education that allows each child to achieve their full potential in a safe, supportive learning environment and be future ready.
And be future ready.
Or in order to be, maybe there's something that that last seems a little clunky.
Yes, I
And-
agree.
Learning environment,
In order to be ready
in-
for the future.
A
or-
Right.
and D should go behind environment
and be
And
future
to
ready.
be future ready.
And to be future ready. And to be future ready.
I just
Or
said
to
and be,
become.
and be future ready.
Oh,
Yeah, just take out two.
Yeah,
take out two.
Supportive learning environment and be future ready.
yeah.
Okay, so the
Okay.
North Little Rock School
takes
District
a little chunk
will
out.
prepare all students for the future by offering a well-rounded education that allows each child to achieve their full potential in a safe, supportive learning environment and be future ready.
Right.
Yes.
Got it.
Safe, comma,
That was very good.
supportive learning environment and be future ready.
This is what we're gonna read at every board meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's all I was.
Our
I like
community,
it.
our schools, where your future begins, and then followed up right by the new mission statement.
When?
Love
What, do anybody know what year this
Mission
was
statement.
started?
1993.
I was about to say, I remember this being,
What year?
1993 is what I was
well,
told.
I graduated high school in '93, so that's what I'm saying. I do remember this very distinctly. It was all on TV, and I thought, Mom, I want to go to North Little Rock. She was like, ain't
There you go,
happening.
that's what we want.
Yeah.
So the other thing, just as a caveat, that I think we should do is, in here, is to visibly put up our vision statement, our mission, and our moral
I like that.
purpose, our core values, to always remind us what we're focused on in our decision-making.
I thought it used to,
I
oh,
like
it's in the
that.
old building when we had it.
Like in those,
We had it in the old building.
like those little block frames that maybe have that same colors
well.
up there. I like that.
I like that.
So all of that is great branding. All right, so I see lunch arriving, so I'm just gonna show you the format for the strategic goals, then we'll stop for lunch. So, each goal, and we start now we get to the heart.
So there's 5 goals, right? Do you want to take one step back, Joe, just to show them so
The 5.
now these 5, now remember where these came from. They came out of the 100-day transition plan summary report based upon the themes that I was hearing as we looked at quantitative and qualitative data. I just wanted to let you
That's
know.
posted online.
where they
and
came from.
You went over it several times,
Yes.
right? Just
And
putting that out
everything,
there.
are those 5 items there, basically, all your big concerns this morning fit under one or the other. So I would say there's no real surprises here this morning in terms of anything the superintendent has brought in here is a fit with what you're thinking. Now, then the format is, there are work streams numbered, 1.1, et cetera, and then the piece of work that has to be done to support goal number 1. And then, for instance, 1.5, increase the number of seniors with a GPA of 2.8 or greater to 70%. Now, if you drop down over on the left, it says today, so today's number is 58%. So we're showing you, we're at 58 and we want to get to 70 in the green box, but then we show you over the next 5 years, 58, 61, 64, 67, 70. Little housekeeping item. it's been a little bit of a journey for me. We have tried to convert to percentages everywhere, but there are some metrics that still need to be converted, and those are raw numbers. And then there are metrics that.
We just didn't have the data for at the
Right.
time.
When today is over, and we continue down the road, we will, for instance, and I sort of keep saying this to the superintendent, you know, it's not real until you put a name beside it. And I believe there will have to be a staff lead on goal 1, a staff lead on goal 2, and then I think goal 1 will have a team, goal 2 will have a team, where those teams get in a room on a regular basis and really crawl through the curriculum team, the safety team. And I think that gets deeper in the weeds. So rather than bring you something unrealistic today, we tried to, again, where we know we need more work on the data goals, we did some X percentages and then below is blank. And where we knew we want to reduce the number of ninth graders failing 2 or more courses to 8%, down from 13 today, we knew we had a pretty good understanding of what we wanted the goal to be. So that's just I'm using this slide just to show you the format.
Yeah, and I think the notion today is getting your feedback on making sure that we got the right indicators. Some of these we just didn't have data at the time, and when we talk through each one of them and some of the data that we do. But I just want to get your feedback today that, you know, and obviously goal 1 is going to be one of the largest ones because we're an academic institution. But this kind of takes us back to where we were starting with graduation rate and all those things, because there's more things that we can measure, but to kind of narrow it down to, like, these are our 10 academic pillars that we're going to monitor. And Mr. Quinn is absolutely right. Once we get here, the next thing will be an infrastructure that will now go to identify very strategic action steps or strategies that we're going to do under each one of these performance metrics that we're going to monitor and implement to move the data. And there's another whole structure I have down the road on how we're going to manage, monitor, and implement strategies and actions.
And with that, I think lunch is served. And I think we're ahead of schedule. I think we'll give you some time back at the end of the day. Why don't you grab a plate and we'll eat, and then
We could even make it, if they want to make it a working lunch, and once we get through, we could be out of here even sooner if, I mean, I know Mr.
That's
Steele's
fine
got to
with me.
leave, but I mean, if
That's fine with me.
we could cover as much ground and then,
Yeah, that's cool with me.
Rochelle's like, let's
I mean, I
go.
know Mr. Williams wants to spend more time.
Chop, chop, let's go.
Aww.
What time it is? I've enjoyed this day. Next time we'll be on a retreat, tell him, Mr. Steele.
So, I'll just kind of briefly skim some of it. 1.1, we talked earlier about we have an issue. They come for preschool, they can stay for kindergarten. We're also going to look at what the scores are around incoming kindergarten. Grade 2 reading and math. Grades 3 through 10 ACT Aspire. Reduce the number of ninth graders failing 2 or more courses, which is currently at a rather significant 13%. And then 1.5 is a big one, the number of seniors with a GPA of 2.8 or higher to 70%. So the other way to look at that, as I said earlier, 58% or 42% of our seniors are below 2.8. Questions on this page?
So let me just jump in here real quick, because we know where, and that's the importance of the early childhood and school readiness indicators, because we know our gap is beginning at about the middle of pre-K. So we really want to pay attention to what our incoming kindergartners are, as well as we don't have an indicator at that point yet, we will, and the importance of grade 2. Because in grades 3 through 10 in the ACT Aspire, which you all know, that's where the federal accountability comes in as it relates to Every Student Succeeds Act. So having a goal that every child can compute and learn how to read by the end of grade 2 will be significant of closing that achievement gap earlier.
Okay. Are we okay on this page?
Everybody okay?
For clarification, the ninth grade,
Well, go back one.
ninth graders failing 2 or more, so that's not the eighth graders coming into ninth grade, that is ninth graders going to 10th.
Correct, because what we know from the research is that the stronger we can have a ninth grade year, the less likely a child will drop out. And Dr. St. Louis and her team, they're getting ready to put in a ninth grade academy, which will cohort the students, build stronger relationships, as well as more strategically monitor our ninth graders. Because what we're finding is when they become undercredited, then it starts kind of the snowball effect. And then when it gets into a snowball, some kids just give up because they don't see. So we want to close that sooner than possible to be able to set them so when they're leaving ninth grade, they have the number of credits needed to go on to 10th grade. And this is where we get into making sure every child has a plan, they're on track to graduate. If not, how do we intervene earlier? Ninth grade is a key indicator towards graduation.
Now, the 11th grade ACT you offer at your cost is at 80% people, 80% of students in the 11th grade taking it. We would like to move that to 88%. That's probably, again, I'll come back to the point Tracy made earlier. We have the kids in the middle, we have the kids at the bottom. So how do we, if it's available for free, I mean, we just want as many to take it as possible.
Can I add one thing there, Mr. Quinn, that I think we missed? It's not only the number of students taking the ACT, but I think we've also got to look at the ACT score, because that is an indicator of college readiness. And I know that historically our trend data has been around 16. The state average is around, I think, 17. And because that's just the number of kids taking it, but I think we also got to look at how they're scoring. I missed that in our initial discussion.
All right, we have 504 students taking at least one AP, and we want to move that to 700. Certificates, we talked about earlier. We want to increase that. And then move the high school graduation rate from 83 to 87. This is the interesting one, I brought it up earlier. Increase student access to college athletics by increasing the percentage of student athletes scoring at least 19 on the ACT to 42%. Coaches sometimes will bring up GPA, but if a university athletic program is looking at the admission of athletes, the ACT is more of a consistent number no matter where you come from. Questions on this page?
Is there an indicator we don't have here that you believe that we should, other than I'll add that ACT score?
Why 87% for graduation rate? Why not 100 or 98%? How did we get to 87?
Well, one, I think is just, yes, that's ultimately the goal is at 100%. But I think in all of these, we were looking at what would be realistic
And
intervals. What we hope to exceed these indicators, relatively quickly. Because we could even say, on all these to put 100%. But so the other thing I want to draw your attention to, where we're going to go after this, is all of our school improvement plans will then align to these indicators. So we're looking at it at a district level. This will go granular level at each individual school. And so this is where we go back, and also when we come and report this data to you at the Board of Education, we're going to bring it to you disaggregated by student group. And we want to draw attention to our moral purpose of where are those greatest gaps between student groups and how we're moving them.
And I think you ask a very logical question. Some of it was pretty scientific, and some of it was, well, let's try to improve this by 10% to get us rolling.
Sure.
There's both a scientific and unscientific answer to your question. Daily attendance, try to move it from 92% to 96. Chronic absenteeism rates, cut from 10% to 5%. In and out of school suspension rates, reduced by 25%. I have raw numbers there, not percentages. 3,100 suspensions in the course of a year right now. A lot of that comes into some of the things we touched earlier about safety. I certainly think a lot of what we talked about, consistency of enforcement of violations, fits in that discussion. Decrease the number of code of conduct violations related to bullying, fighting, harassment, and then something we talked a lot about this morning in some different ways, but let's make sure that every school and district building has a fully functional, well thought out emergency plan. Again, that comes back to your, I think you said some very sort of smart and consistent things. You hired the right person. It's not going to happen overnight. And then I think it was Tracy who said it's a culture thing. You've got to get every district adult employee focused on safety as well as the person you have hired to run it. So I think emergency plans, now you start to see as we go through these pages, these are pieces that fit under larger issues you talked about this morning. 100% of schools having a fully functioning emergency plan. And then we have, as I mentioned a couple of times this morning, school climate survey. The superintendent has been very adamant that we on a regular basis be surveying parents and students to see how we're doing. And I think that really goes to the heart of, I think, an issue that matters a lot. Where are they going when they go post-graduation? And do we have line of sight to where they're going? And how can we put some thought into some fairly easy ways to get them a questionnaire? And the Joe Quinn idea, hey, I'm gonna hand you the gown, but I need you to do that before the gown. It's the simplest idea I will have
But also
today.
the culture and climate or morale that Ms. Wonkum was talking about. In fact, Dr. Hooper just sent one out to our parents. You'll see where they come into this. And we'll share those results with you, but the number one concern out of those surveys was safety and security, which is no surprise, to any of us, but just so you know. Hang on, Mr. Quinn.
Okay.
Anything on goal number 2 that we don't have that you think we should have to monitor? So on the safety side, one is making sure the plans are complete, but also ensuring that they have required drills every single month that they have to complete. We'll report on those as well.
Okay, so I'm gonna, when you say a drill, we're thinking a mock emergency situation that we have to respond to?
So remember, like, we have to do fire drills. We
Right.
have to do for tornado,
Okay.
active shooter, those kinds of things.
Okay.
And so in the future, where we're gonna go is that in our systems training, you know, the school will usually plan for that. But what we want to be able to do, and I was talking to Chief Finks about this, with our leadership team, we want to put scenarios together and just randomly show up to the school, to the principal, and say, open the envelope, here's your scenario, go. Because we have to practice at a moment's notice,
Absolutely.
and it's just going to help us. We did that in another district, and it was very successful because we would, as I'm just using this as an example, we'd give them a scenario, but we would block 2 exits. So they got to know that, oh, we normally go out that exit every time we do a drill. Well, this time you can't. So how are you going to on the fly? And then we'll debrief with each one of our leadership teams. Hey, what could we have done better? How do you anticipate this? The more we practice, where it becomes second nature.
So we're proactive instead of reactive,
Right.
is what I'm hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
You're very smart.
And let me ask.
Can you tell my wife that?
We're gonna give you a little piece of candy. Give him a piece of candy.
Cindy's talking.
Would there be a notice to the parents, so if something gets out, that
Yep.
everybody's not freaking out?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Anything else on 2?
Organizational effectiveness. Stop cost overruns on budget line items. And 3.2 is a favorite of mine because while we gather here today to talk about big education issues and how we're turning out quality kids and helping them, but then we get way in the weeds by reducing the number of days required to process an invoice. Because
This gets
no
back
matter
to
where
what we
you are
just
in the
talked about.
system, no matter where you are in the system, the
Just saying.
organizational stuff happening here at the central office matters, so. We
That was for you.
talked a lot
Thank you.
about salaries, and we had looked at like, okay, what bus drivers, custodial, teaching staff,
Mm-hmm.
and then it was just the superintendent said, our goal should be 4% for everybody. It's not gonna fix us overnight, right? But it's
It's a
gonna
start.
be
Yeah.
steps in that direction. Again, and this is something where your employees will obviously care about that. It should be part of what we talk about. Obviously, based on what money available and, numbers move, but that's the superintendent feels a solid opening goal.
If it's true that our administrative salaries are higher than surrounding areas, is there some way to hold off on administrative so that teachers can kind of catch up and make it more balanced?
Well, and I think that's something we can look in as we dig into that data and that comparison.
You mean like
And-
a
and that's-
salary cap?
Well, not necessarily cap, but, I mean, sometimes including everybody doesn't make things more equitable, because the teachers haven't got the raises that others have gotten in the past. And so my thought is, based on what I looked at myself, our administratives seem to be higher themselves than the teachers. So
in
maybe the
Central Arkansas.
administrative doesn't get that 4% while we're catching teachers back up and making
And that's certainly
things-
data we will be happy to take a look at, to share with you in your decision-making process.
Put a pause on one and then to go on the other part, gotcha.
Right.
What's the ballpark figure of that? 4% for everybody.
I don't have that off the top of my head, Mr. Steele, but I will, we will break that down of what that can be. I think, I'm just guessing, I mean, that might be in the neighborhood of about, yes, it's something like neighborhood of about 3.6 would be a rough ballpark, because I think what we just did in our salary increases, I believe we're pretty close to that for all our employee groups, but And I think this is a good conversation because when we want to come to you with that, that's the kind of data that we want to share with you for whatever decision you all want to make going forward. I'll make a note of that, Mr. Stewart.
Every district in the United States seems to be struggling with bus driver issues. Recruiting, retaining, raising salary rates, sign-on bonuses. In the post-COVID world, a lot of them were older folks who really didn't have much of a desire to come back and be around 50 kids each day. In terms of at the height of, or as we were coming out of COVID, they just didn't want to expose that. Or they were older folks who were doing it as kind of a, you know, they maybe had a retirement set up, but they wanted to do this for some extra money, and then they felt that became a luxury. So a couple of items related to the efficiency and cost of busing.
Excuse me, don't go too fast. I'm interested in 3.4, 3.5, increase efficiency by reducing the number of daily runs per bus. And before you say anything, Dr. Paluski, I'm in terms, when the Gibson report came out, they told us we had 71 buses paying insurance on them, and we perhaps need but 35 because of the size of our district, and we're sitting up paying insurance on those buses and not using them. So since we're at that point, not only reducing the number of daily runs, but I was thinking about, I'm sure you're giving some consideration about the savings that Gibson gave us on that.
In fact, those were if you remember in the back of that report were their KPI performance indicators, which is exactly where those came from.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted, we're gonna have to work with that too.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that's the kind of the next level down that all of you have been talking about, or what are the action steps now that we're going to take, strategies in order to move these, and that's where we'll get more specific. Once we narrow this down, get all the data right, then that'll be the next step.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, also on the 3.4 as well, whatever happened with that issue after, it's before your time, but Ms. Williams, when the bus drivers couldn't get unemployment over the summer?
Right.
See, that also is a reason a lot of them leave, because it's like their job ends and they get nothing over the summer.
And what
They're
happened?
not paid out over 12, they're only paid 10 months?
They only paid during school time, yes.
But I thought, they had at one time had taken their money that they were making it, the little money that they were making it, and prorated it during the summer,
12 months?
12 months.
Yeah.
I'll look into that.
Yeah,
But
it's the same money.
right,
Yeah.
but there wasn't no increase in the salary, they just
Right.
prorated, and that's why they were complaining. Because why would you do this to me? I'm used to getting X number, and you take that from me to prorate it into 3 months.
And then they clean up from then, because I'm not sure, I think the reason they did that was because, for whatever reason, that I don't understand, that they could not apply for unemployment during the summer.
So you
Even-
paid through the summer.
They could,
Yeah,
so
that's why.
the option was, okay, well, let's at least
So
pay
take
them
a
through the
small
summer.
paycheck and make it smaller.
Basically, yeah.
Right.
But it was either that or it stayed status quo, which was they got paid, the 10 months or whatever, and then during the summer, they got no money and they couldn't get unemployment.
I think we need to have Mr. Brown to clarify that for us, because I'm thinking about it had something to do with insurance also.
Yeah.
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 Does anyone know what our unemployment rate is for the district?
I do not. I can,
I don't know about retirement. No,
Okay.
we don't know.
Well, it
that.
adds up in a hurry.
okay.
When it's a percent, even if it's
Sure.
2% of, $8 million, it adds up.
So, I just wanna make sure I'm understanding. We pay unemployment for our bus drivers?
Well, that's what I have to, let me dig into that.
Okay,
I'm not sure of the answer to that question.
Okay.
See, I don't understand that either. 'cause
I don't
If you take
either.
a job
That's-
that's for a period of time.
Right.
and
That's
that
what you're
period of time
contracted to
stops,
pay.
I don't know.
And they should be able to get unemployment during the summer.
Right, teachers get paid 12 months.
No, they don't.
If they opt
They're
for
already
it.
If they-
working.
If they opt for that, like, but then sometimes you get paid, what is it, for 10 months? Your contract
They
is,
get paid for 12 months, whether that check comes over the summer, that's up to them.
oh, well, yeah,
They get
your
paid
actual
year-round,
salary,
so
yeah, that's for
it's
that
annual
year
salary.
period.
Yes, that's
But you
correct.
can
Yeah,
opt
they're
to,
not like the bus drivers.
So again, on this thought process, we're wanting to pay a classified employee for 12 months the same as a licensed employee for 12 months. I'm trying to understand.
No.
I'm not
We're-
understanding.
Okay, because we have
Nobody said we wanted
classified-
to do that. I asked Ms. Williams, where were we on that issue?
Yeah, again, just trying to understand.
We get, as a classified, coming from, because I was a classified person, I still get a check all year round, just like the teachers.
Okay,
But the bus drivers, for whatever reason,
okay,
they
getting-
weren't getting a check all year round, just during school time.
okay.
And when school was out, they would go to the unemployment office because I'm not working. But they couldn't get it because they're still considered an employee for the school district.
Yeah, but
Okay.
wouldn't that be just like a teacher trying to do that? Why would that be different?
Because they pay salary.
Because they're
Who is, teacher?
teacher's salary.
they're paid a
but they're all-
salary.
And the bus
And the
drivers?
classified
Hourly.
are paid, except for the bus drivers and cafeteria.
Okay.
They're getting paid hourly.
Okay, but this must be, I mean, this is every district in the US, so this legal issue of can you get unemployment if you're an hourly during the summer, there must be precedent for that, right?
I take it, but
Well, some of the precedents for that is privatization, which we didn't want to go to.
A third-party vendor,
Yeah, just have a third-party vendor who can do that.
because
But,
we run our own transportation.
yeah.
but did that make?
But I'll get some more
We started with
information
the
from
comment
Mr.
that we didn't have enough bus drivers, and that's one of the reasons we're losing them, because if they take another job in the summer and make
I break
ends
it down
meet,
personally.
fall, they may not come
They're
back.
just classified.
I'll-
He gets paid
I'll-
all year.
I'll be happy to, we'll get some more information.
Yeah, just-
Just-
He has a salary and it's broken through the whole year.
Yeah.
The bus drivers only.
These
get
are
paid
Efficiency items
and that's it.
That we will put more detail on as we move ahead. Meals per labor hour, lunch participation rates, computers per student, and maintenance work orders. Let me ask a question. Have you ever thought of or considered outsourcing the maintenance and the cafeteria?
Cafeteria, yes, maintenance, no.
Yeah.
That's been multiple conversations in the past.
You have looked at the cafeteria?
Mhm.
You ever get bids on that, or?
That was under Ackland, and Ackland said that, it pays for itself.
It does. We're actually make money. We
Yeah.
actually have a reserve right now of about $1.5 million. It's doing extremely well.
Have you farmed out those cafeterias?
No,
You're doing them yourself?
yes,
But you still have a surplus of 1.5?
yes,
So you're achieving that internally?
yes. So right now, I see no need to outsource it.
Yeah, no.
I mean,
Right.
it's
I just understood
it's
around
run.
it.
It was a conversation that has
Sure.
been had, but the maintenance has not been a conversation. So that may be a conversation we want to start having, because we need more maintenance, and we're understaffed there, and there are lots of projects going on, and
And I think, like, if you took, I'm not gonna take us down a rabbit hole, but if you had like 25 members of the public sitting here, and you showed your top 10 expenses, most people are surprised to see how high maintenance is. I mean, it's a big budget
Right,
ticket
because
item.
we do very little of our own maintenance. We, outsource.
we have
most of our
Middleton.
maintenance.
I know we have Middleton as one of our,
In HVAC.
yeah, HVAC, yeah.
I'm talking even the custodial, just the cleaning.
Right.
Yeah, I think that was all looked at one time, I remember. they
I
looked at
vaguely remember that under
outsourcing.
Ackland.
No, it was before.
Well, okay.
But this kind of, in 3.10, is what comes back to your, which I'm going to meet with Mr. Hatch next week, and in your weekly board report is going to be a construction project matrix. So you're going to see when the projects comes in, when they've been started, are they in progress, have they been finished? And this comes to not only what I call major, minor, if I need a classroom painted, to major things, just that turnaround time when it's requested to when we get it done.
My comment was regarding the PO orders that come through. So
from today, if we have something gets a bid, used to we'd have 30, 60, 90 days. Now we have like 10 or 15 days because of the volatile climate. So we just board approved something, started in February, approved it in April, and then they came to us, not last night, but Thursday night, already a $3,300 increase, because we haven't started that project yet. So because we didn't give the go, even though we gave the go, maintenance didn't give the go, it's increased $3,300. Well, if you put
Because the
that on a
vendor,
matrix.
because the vendor wouldn't do the work until they got the, because.
Right.
Yes, we're
Yes.
trying to close that.
We're trying to close that gap. So,
And most people aren't thinking of that, you know, you're subject to what's going on with inflation right now, like
Yes.
everybody else.
yeah, absolutely.
from a
Cost of
budget point of view,
material and all
Yeah.
that, yeah.
Yeah.
People haven't caught up. Oh, yeah, that affects the school district too.
Yeah.
you know?
Yep. Again, goes back to all that money I'm sinking into my father-in-law's house.
Which number you discussing?
Total number of work orders, overall
811.
custodial cost per gross square foot. Obviously, these are important issues in terms of how the district is run day to day. But organizationally, I think they matter a lot. When taken as a whole, I mean, we've done 12 of these, roughly 12 of these, and I think it will make it a more efficient district.
Well, something like reduce the custodial cost per square footage, is that labor cost? Because supplies are going through the roof. I mean, every time I turn around, supplies costs are up again. So how?
Yeah, well, I
how
think
we-
if you remember in the Gibson report where he talked about possibly where we could save in staffing and say, rather than one custodian there's two custodians in each building, I'm using this as an example, you know, 2 at Crestwood at night and 2 at Indian Hills. Can we reduce the cost by having
So like
split a
cost.
position, but they have time at the other, so it's kind of a 1.5 at Crestwood and a 1.5 at Lakewood, and still accomplish the same efficiency.
So labor cost.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gibson explained it clearly and overall about the square footage and the cost that the state has even moved requirements to clean a building. So that's the difference. Now, how are you gonna reduce the total number of work orders submitted by schools if the schools need work orders?
No.
What you mean by that?
We're not decreasing the work orders. We're decreasing the time that it takes from our board approval to the head of maintenance to get the job done, or to give the vendor the go to get the job done.
Okay.
Because there's a failure in communication somewhere.
But
This is on 311, it doesn't.
Oh, you're right.
Look like that is backwards.
Gotcha.
That's what I'm saying. I know what you're saying now from that standpoint.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
I was, 311, it was
But that could
grammatically
be done
incorrect.
Well,
proactively.
Well, actually, that's part of the Gibson report as well, but, you know, what we want to be able to see is, you know, if there's multiple projects or work orders being submitted by one school, that starts to tell us to pinpoint, and we want to make sure that our environments are, you know, properly being taken care of
Well,
efficiently.
that's what I'm saying. What would you, talking about reduce it, you telling the school, don't call if you got something wrong with you, okay?
No, no.
That's what you're saying on this. on
Well,
311.
we'll make sure that it's the way that we communicate it
Right.
is.
It
It's
was
not about
improper.
saying, don't, it's about that we're properly taking care of
Proactively.
the,
It don't
correct.
take
That we're being
five
Getting
proactively,
the lights
correct.
changed
It don't
and-
take 5 work orders to get one thing done.
correct.
It
Or
should
there's,
be-
or there's 20 work orders at a school and nothing's being done
If I
about it.
submitted it, then Natalie shouldn't have to submit it because mine never got done. And then turn around, somebody else has to submit it, and it still don't get done.
Well, I understand that too, cause before you got here, Dr. Paluska, wasn't nothing done, okay? Just move on. Thank you very much. Teachers, principals complain continuously. People wouldn't answer the phones.
One day at a time.
One day
Sweet
at a time,
Jesus.
that's all I'm
These
asking.
were,
We're moving forward.
honestly, these were the last pieces we put in, and we were trying to take the key points out of the Gibson report. So,
Yes.
again, the continuity that everything we're doing is integrated. This is, these points, and again, there's plenty of time to fine tune them. but this is like work from the Gibson report that we said, okay, this needs to be in the big picture. So to your point, will the language be cleaned up? I think the answer is yes. 4.1, we talked about alternative routes earlier today, to reduce that, the need to track, who has not been certified since they've been hired and so forth. 4.2 is a whole education discussion. High-performing teachers end up in high-performing schools. Then it feeds on itself because lower-performing teachers end up in lower-performing schools, and it feeds on itself. So how do we think about that? Turnover rates, we talked about that a lot today for many reasons. How can we make ourselves attractive in terms of work conditions, pay? Then breaking down, 4.4 is to look specifically how we doing with new teachers. If you've been here 12 years, that's one demographic, but if you've been here a year and a half and we're already worried about losing you, one of you today talked about some great teachers you knew who were leaving, and it's sad that we lose some of the best.
And I think, just a caveat to that, Mr. Quinn, I think they look at that as in your first 3 years, in new teachers. So it's not only versus the other indicators, you've been here for 10 years and you're leaving. We need to look at both of those indicators, which is what's being suggested.
4.5 is something I heard a lot from the staff, which was how we hire, when we post, how quick we are, culminating in, I'll use very sort of informal language, that we sort of got the leftovers because we waited till the end.
Yep.
And I think 4.5 is the district's effort to address that.
And we've already taken a step
We have
towards that. We've
talent
had
ed.
one hiring event already, one or two hiring events. So we've already posted lots of positions out there. So we're taking the right steps.
We have, and then we also, we're following the law as it relates to the last day that teachers can sign contracts, which is 10 days after. So that will be next week. And then internal transfers will be the next day that I will allow. And that will stop, because that locks people into, rather than going through the summer or at a later date where you could still move. 4.6.
4.6, diverse hiring, recruiting, hiring, retaining, making our staff look more like our student body.
And should that, actually, that's a good point. Should that say diverse teachers?
Yes, I
Or-
was just thinking that as,
Okay.
before you said that.
I just wanted the board's input on that.
Yes, and I just want to ask the question here. I'm all for that, but all things being equal, I'm still after the best teacher. I'm not after a certain number of males or minorities or anything else. I'm
The best qualified
best
candidate.
qualified candidate.
We've said that over and over.
Yeah.
It's not about the color, it's about the qualification, Ms. Temple, if you keep that in your mind.
Are
But-
we using Teach of America?
And currently, we're not. But I think it goes, and I value that. We're absolutely looking for the best, but I also think that we absolutely need to target recruitment of diverse
I agree with
teachers
that.
as, because our teaching demographic, and
Does not match the student body.
and it looks a lot different in some schools, even when you
Absolutely.
look at this by school. It's, we have some
Let me go to
schools.
Crestwood and find one teacher, okay? And then I look at the point, and you may find a small ratio of African-American students in there. So I think what we're trying to say, we need to watch our culture. And if our school is 54% African-American, it should reflect somewhere, could see progress. And we haven't seen any, okay? So now that we are, but in the schools, and I think if whatever brown child is in that building, they should have somebody to look at, to
Yes.
reflect and say, I'm
Yes.
a part of this school.
Yes.
But when I went to all 14 schools at the beginning of the year, people, that did not reflect that.
It doesn't.
It did not reflect the African-American teachers that should be in the school that reflect on our what? Population of the African-American student.
Yep.
So, in the processes are very good, he said increase, but if we 54% African-American, he talking about way down here in 2016.
It's higher than that, isn't it?
which
Isn't it
none of you
64?
won't even be
It's
here.
about 60%, about
Yeah,
59, it's
well,
about
That's not
60%.
even an issue to discuss. We just take, because as we say, we're losing black and white teachers from our district because of poor pay. So, let's be objective and let the person who getting paid do the job, and that's Dr. Paluski. Thank you, Dr. Paluski, for your services. Now, we can move on with that.
Before we move on,
Carry on.
before we move on, I do think that's a good point. I think the cultural gap as well. I just think there's a better connect when you look at cultural issues. Of course, your background in education certainly has taught you that. But the other issue that I don't want to completely overlook is a gender issue. Oh, in 7th Street, I think we have one now. A couple of years ago, which I spent a lot of time over there, the only male in the entire school was the custodian. The custodian, the only male.
That's not
And
true
so,
today.
you know, when you get things like walking people to their car or things happen in the school, the only person they could call was, hey, the custodian. He'll help. And then what kids see too, as young people, a lot of these young people, they don't see that father at home. And they'll see that father at home, and they don't see that male role model in the school.
Yes.
That means they go a whole day, a whole week, sometimes a whole month.
Yes.
And thank God, some of them may go to church, and that may be the only place on a consistent basis where they see even a male role model.
Good point.
Quick question, are you, which I know you kind of have started, but are you in continuing talks as far as with the colleges and as far as the graduating class or people that expressed interest or holding career fairs maybe on the campus?
Yes, in fact, when we just had our job fair, we had reached out to all our local universities and made sure, but we can do better. We can do much better on this.
Ooh.
And that's where we'll get into 4.6 is getting in specific strategies to address that. And when we disaggregate that data, to your point, Mr. Steele, we'll show the male, female, because that's important to understand that demographic. And you're right. I mean, we have a small number of male minority teachers, especially at the elementary level. I mean, in some cases, there's not a male. The only male might be a cafeteria worker or a custodian, correct. So that will be one that we'll dig into those strategies. what
And
it'll
also like
be.
Hispanic,
Mhm. And we want to do more
population.
job fairs, earlier in the year. And we'll look at, targeted best practices, historically black colleges, those things, how we recruit better.
And this document, that was just in my file, it wasn't a handout, there's a whole strategy.
I can pass this along.
See, it's a man's world, but it wouldn't be nothing without a woman or a girl.
Come on, James Brown.
I think I had that song.
It used to be.
You can always depend on Miss Williams.
just like Dorothy and I just had this conversation though while we were at lunch. Used to, Dorothy was the only female on the board. Now if you look, Tracy's the only male on the board.
With 6 women.
So, we are evolving.
So you go to 4.7 and 4.8, Mr.?
Yeah, faculty certifications and degrees, and faculty attendance rates, a couple of more performance indicators that are needed.
Anything in goal 4 you think we haven't covered? Okay, last goal.
All right, 5.1, we actually touched on very, very early in the day. They seem to love our preschool, and they split before kindergarten.
Yeah, why is
Which,
that?
and that's a trend we've talked about in many different ways today,
Okay.
the effort to keep them needs to start even earlier than we keep discussing. Bringing overall student enrollment back up 400 students, 400 times $7,000 is,
About $3.6 million.
$6 million in state money.
What was the
Would-
number?
Well, if we grow by 500 students, I know we put 4 there as a goal, but 500 students is about $3.6 million. That's what we believe that we will be able to sustain raises just by increasing enrollment. And Mr. Quinn and I debated on where best to put enrollment, but we felt it was best in Goal 5 because it is about engaging, it's about marketing, and I think it comes back to when we get into E4 and innovative curricular programs, what's going to attract families back to, there's multiple things, but I think that can be one of them. But we have an aggressive goal that we want to grow by 2026 at least to 8,400. My long-time goal would be by 2030 that one of the biggest problems that we've got to face is we've got to build a new school because we have that much more enrollment. That's the kind of
Yeah.
problem I would like to have.
Yeah, instead of
And
sending
then-
them off to build more prisons.
And then this gets back to a conversation we've had about, that there's 16,000 students in the city limits of North Little Rock, but only 8,000. And I know there's a boundary issue that we've all kind of talked about. That could be a factor that plays in, but I think increasing our curricular offerings and innovative programs, I think would naturally bring some
What's the
families.
boundary issue, that they sit in Pulaski County District but live here?
Well, essentially, our school zoning in North Little Rock is not aligned with the city limits. So you can live in the city limits of North Little Rock as you are in way out east, but go to Pulaski County Special. So,
And we do need to address that. What we're waiting on now is for Pulaski County to be ruled unitary. Once they're ruled unitary, then there can be legislation submitted to basically say, hey, you live in North Little Rock, you should have the opportunity for your
attend in
schools to go
North
to Little Rock.
Thank you.
It would be good at some point if we got a resolution from the board to move forward.
help me with the unitary piece, Mr. Steele. I don't quite understand that.
Well, Ms. Williams may know more, but during desegregation.
Oh, okay.
You know, had you looked at that process.
I got you,
Judge
because
basically had to say, you've done all that you need to do
I understand.
to meet your court requirements.
I got you. Richard.
And I think y'all had M to M transfer and all
I
that.
gave him the whole booklet from the the settlement, so that he could read it and be familiar with it in case questions should come up. Because, we're sitting out there with Stone Link, that's in
Yeah,
North
Stone
Rock, and then the other home division that's right before you get to Stone Link. So, but with all of that Mrs. Steele was telling you about, the history,
Because
then you'll, can move forward.
that's my summer reading.
I know your
Homework you
summer
gave me.
reading, yes, please do.
Okay, Mr. Quinn. And then we have, as you know, we've started on our mentor program, increased the number of mentors working with students we see as a viable connection with our community. And then the last 3,
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, digital presence. It's more than digital presence, though. It's the platforms you can use to tell the success stories, to tell the good stories, because everything we've talked about today, from keeping them to giving them a quality education, if we're not telling our victories and our wins.
Because the bad show showed.
and remember when we hired the marketing firm for school choice, that was part of their KPIs metrics that we felt that we should still monitor as a way to how we're engaging through those digital platforms.
I
Then
still think we could do more. Is that the?
That's, yes.
Is it your overall opinion that you want us to do more, but you want to kind of wait until we have more, or at least have a plan for more?
As far as in 5.4?
No, as far as in the media, getting the word out about who we are and
Yes,
what we're
yeah,
doing,
yes.
accomplishments.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Steele. Once now that we're starting to reshape and revision, we want to put this whole branding and marketing and communication.
Get that ahead of this.
Correct.
Okay.
We want to ramp up the engine of talking about the new North Little Rock, the vision, the accomplishments.
Makes sense.
Yes, and ramp that up, which also that we might need to invest in the communications office in Mr.
Well,
Mr.
you
Barnes.
got one communication guy, and if a news story breaks, at 11 o'clock something happens on a bus, his whole rest of his day is sucked up. The TV's interested in that, or TV covered school board last night, he's doing that. So he's wrapped up in the story of the day, whereas does he need a staffer who could do digital, Instagram, tell the stories?
Take that
positive
part
stories?
off of his plate
Right.
where he can actually
Correct,
do his
correct.
job.
Make it into
Yeah.
digital pieces, good news, daily crisis, and how do you want to staff communications, I think is a very real discussion.
So that also ties back into our high school students, because we have NLRTV, they're interested in journalism, they're interested in photography. Why are we not tapping into them,
So-
giving them an opportunity?
So interesting that Mr. Barnes and I are meeting with Mr. Sulla, and we're actually going to map out a whole video series that I will be doing with kids through the school year to use that resource, but to increase our video presence and better communicate our programs. We have awesome programs. I want to interview, CTE teachers, our nursing programs, our extracurricular activities. I mean, the short answer is we're going to tap into that resource more that's right there. And Mr. Sulla and all of his kids do a wonderful, wonderful job. That is a big asset of our school district that we have that.
Give him another piece of candy.
Here you go, you get a crackle.
Wow.
Can we
It's
also,
not even my evaluation yet.
can we also look at adding in, because our communication person does a lot of FOIs, and that takes out a lot of time.
So, yes, and part of that, we do have a temporary support there now, but I do believe we've got to invest bigger picture, and that's one piece of it.
Okay, so I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. I'm gonna be the bearer of bad news, brown news bear here. Think of our administration as a triangle, and right now, I don't want it to be a upside down triangle where my teachers are on the bottom and we have less teachers and we're heavy administrators. So when I hear we need another FOI, I
We're not-
support it.
yeah.
I understand it. I get it. I get those emails as well. But with that being said, can we not utilize administrators here that are already employed and give them a second duty? I mean, we're talking about custodians having a second duty. We're talking about teachers having a second duty. We're talking about coaches having a second duty. Where's our admin at? So again, Brown News Bear says, why can't the leadership start at the top for doing dual jobs, getting the same amount of pay, because that's our expectation of our teachers with an upside down triangle. And it ties back to morale. We're expecting, we want, we change, we do, we fuss and not cuss, but still.
We don't
On our
cuss.
teachers, we lie. But then I need our administrators, and I'm gonna say central office, to set the example, be the example, show that they can do it, so therefore Rochelle and I can do it.
Can I take a shot at that?
Go for it.
Well, Mr.
I
Quinn,
never, okay, when I became a consultant,
Okay?
a good friend of mine said, "You gonna do education work?" I said, "I hope so, I love it." And he said, "Don't mention Bentonville." I said,
Know where
"Okay."
you're going.
Why? He said, well, everybody thinks the streets are paved with gold.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll give you my Bentonville speech. 18,000 students, 24% free and reduced lunch. We handled more raw number of free and reduced lunch than any district in the state. So while you may have thought we were rich, we had a higher raw number of free and reduced than you do. Here's the answer to your question. It's who you're hiring to be your administrators. If you're hiring, you know what we hired? Dynamic, smart, who wanted to be superintendents. And never once did we say, hey, can you take on a bigger piece of the FOI load? Yeah. Okay, that's the end of that meeting. Yeah, I got that. Hey, can you manage the graduations and redesign them to fit with COVID? Okay. Hey, I want a tighter rein on the athletic director. You got that for me? Yeah. The point is, you hire young talent that are trying to track to be superintendents, and then you get that. And you don't have to have a debate when you say, can you do a little more? Can you send the right message to teachers? If you hire career people who are happy where they're at and they don't really want to be bothered, changed, or reorganized, that's where you get that complaint. And that's when you're sending a message to the teachers, hey, you know, this person's not doing that much, she's making more than you, she's a 21-year administrator. And that's where reorganization is going to be hard. Because to let him do this, to do this 4-hour conversation, you got to clear some deadwood. And I know I sound cold when I say that, but that's life.
Yeah.
You get a piece of candy.
Tell them the crackle.
You have the best closing lines. I need to go through life.
Joe Quinn gets a piece of candy.
All right, I got a closing thought. We have 16,000 school-aged children living in our district. 8193 have chosen to enroll with us. 535 are in our senior class. 480 graduated of the 535. 250 I'll call the either ways. Their life could go either way. We need to wrap our arms probably around that. And when we started today, what the priorities were, wrapping our arms around that. 145 honors. Probably going to be fine no matter what. They want to take French and go to France, and they want to take and then 150, what I loosely summarized, who should we really worry about? I think these are interesting numbers when you start that big and immediately drop to 8193. And I don't know, another number is, you are correct, of the 60, I know it's late and we're all tired.
No, we're
Of
good.
the 16,000, how many are zoned Pulaski County? I don't know that number. So,
Well, when we say that 16, yeah,
That's
in city limits, I would
in
say.
city limits.
That's right.
And then
But
I
not
don't know how
zoned.
many are zoned Pulaski County in city limits, but then we know 8193 are with us.
Correct.
I think that makes you think when you look at it like that. Superintendent's going to talk a little bit about board development, how we can do some of this on an ongoing basis. I'm going to give you, I lost my board seat. I got my butt kicked in a November election. I had been I was a good board member. I love policy, I love budget. I lost because I voted for masks. And the right wing came after me with a vengeance, to the point where my wife and daughter, I had to say, you can't respond on Facebook. And it became very hard for my wife and daughter not to respond. I vowed I was not going to just hand the seat over. When I ran and I lost. I know the price you can pay to be here. You've given us your whole Saturday today. These are tough issues. You're on a city council, you get $900 a month. You're on the quorum court, you get $900 a month. You're here for nothing. You're here because you care about the community. And for many of you, like you and me, our age, you've done many things for the community over the years, and now you're all here because you were raised a certain way and no one really helped you or gave you direction, so you want to give this generation direction. We're all here for different reasons, okay? So we've done a lot of data stuff today, and you have wisdom on, you have a cool degree of wisdom on sort of where these families are, and I love that. So thank you for doing this and being here. I think some exciting things are teed up. We're better than we were 3 years ago, better than 2 years ago. And what I really like is, when we started the day, it's kind of like, what are the problems? By the end of the day, I think the superintendent has brought you work streams that fit under the problems. The one thing I did here today that I thought was really spot on that we hadn't put in at all, was how we use counselors. Because that time, you know, these kids. They need a counselor more than this kid needs more advice on which college to go to.
Which offer to take.
Yeah. So,
The state just helped us on the counselors, because Tracy, if you'll remember, counselors had to help with testing. Do you remember that? And so now they've taken that off of their plate, so now they can focus more on our students and less on testing. So I think that's gonna help us going forward,
Yeah.
that we'll be able to really zone in on our students, more so with our counselors.
right. And
Because-
it's also budget, you know,
Absolutely.
the nights will lie ahead when he comes to you and says, I need like 8 more counselors. And then I can shrink the ratio of kids per counselor. And I love how often is the kid seeing the counselor to see where their credit track is? Are they on track to graduate or not? Because that's not a yes or no, that's a black
Yeah.
or white issue. So, thank you.
Thank
I know
you.
you're gonna
So,
close out with a few
Yep,
other thoughts.
we'll just, and I always end my staff meetings this way, and we're just gonna go around, just reflections from today. What'd you like about today? Further direction going forward, just maybe like 1 or 2 ahas, or just a reflection, and then we'll kind of close out with some next steps. You wanna start, Ms.
Okay.
Angela?
I thoroughly enjoyed today, and I think the conversations on what we need to do, what has been working, what could work, was very helpful. The insight on the counselor component and breaking down the numbers that you have here, Mr. Quinn, really helped a lot, because, you know, like Ms. Redda said, Dr. Redda said, everybody doesn't have that at home, you know, in your face, you need to do this, this is the next step. Whereas I had that, maybe she didn't have that. And so that definitely makes a difference in where we as a district have to rally around those students.
Ms. Williams?
Mr. Steele, he the only man up in here. I give him a break.
We have evolved.
Any reflections from today?
Well, honest to goodness, no, it was just a joke because I served on the board with 6 men and now Mr. Steele is here with 6 women.
It's the opposite.
I was just giving him a shout out, you know, first I want to say, Ms. McLean, we certainly miss you. And Dr. Paluski apologized for you not getting on the link. And he didn't know how well you would be feeling, so that's why the link was not put up. But she did write some very positive things to me to say it was a very good meeting, and she thoroughly enjoyed it, and she gave a lot of shout-outs about the things we were saying. And to Mr. Quinn, thank you for your services, sir, and thank you for the compliment of me having wisdom. And,
Because her head needed it.
thank you.
Please toot her horn
The older you
again.
are, the more wisdom you have. So, I would like to say, and one thing I do appreciate about the presentation that you've made and the things that you all went through, I'm gonna do what Dr. Butcher has always taught us to do. Let the person who getting paid do the job. And I'm gonna let Dr. Paluski do his job with the board support, and I think he'll be successful in all of the goals that he has here. He will be, if we let him run the district, do the day-to-day operation, and then and like this, if we support him on this, we'll have a 100% school district. And thank you for you. And thank you, Dr. Paluski.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Ennis?
Just thank you for the information. This was great. Some things weren't a surprise, and some things, I wouldn't say it was a surprise, but it was like, I need to think about that, you know, and so that's what I'm taking from this, and I just thank you for your knowledge, and I'm just glad that everybody came together. This is like a hurrah thing for me.
Ms. Welcome.
Quite a few things we're all in unity on the steps that we need to take going forward. That's an improvement. Counselors, the numbers, I think our counselors are doing a good job I think they're doing a great job in some aspects. I think there are some things that we could utilize a little better that I was unaware of. What'd you call that? DWS?
DWS,
What it-
Workforce Services,
So
The
is
mobile
that-
unit.
Department of Workforce Services.
So they can come to us, is what I understood you to say? So they can
Yes.
come to our school district and they can assist our students to get a job or to figure out a job path
They
or
can be
career path?
tested and then see what their,
It's
either
a
the,
career inventory.
right, career that you would be
Interest.
most qualified for, based on your character, your personality. It's a wonderful test.
So just that alone, you're gonna be on the phone in like 10 minutes with Dr. St. Louis and say, we're tapping into that, is the way I'm receiving that information. So, because I was unaware that
Me
was even
too.
an opportunity for us to tap into it. I mean, they already have, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel.
Right.
Let's just utilize
Utilize
the wheel.
resources, yeah.
And let's utilize various sources to achieve our goals that we want to do.
And that's
So-
a free option too, right?
Yes.
Oh, well, there we go.
That's a huge
If it's free, it's for me.
Ms. Temple.
So I was unaware of that even existing. So even as a foster parent, I'm thinking, what child did I fail that I didn't utilize that program for? So
Yeah.
I'm thinking outside of the box already of what we could have done, what we should have done, so.
And I'd like to show that everybody on the board to take it. You'd be amazed. I mean, I've taken it and just answered the questions. I mean, some of it's like, they'll know about, what's your favorite TV show? And it just takes all this information and
Yeah.
it comes out and it says,
Just like
well,
a-
maybe one day you'll be a coach or be in government. I'm like, how do you know? You know, so it's really.
Just like personality or Myers-Briggs, we're kind of a
It-
blend,
yeah,
of-
it's
which is
kind of-
good for our group dynamics of our board
Yeah,
too.
if you got about 20
There's-
minutes, we can get them. Then that way you know what the kids are getting.
But that starts a conversation with a child.
Yeah.
So therefore, you're starting the conversation, whether we have home help, you know, whether we have that home component or not, we're starting a conversation. We're having that conversation with our friends. We're having that conversation with a teacher. We're having that conversation with a counselor. Next thing you know, we've got them enrolled in college, and our numbers just increase.
Yeah.
So it's the domino effect, is the way I'm seeing it.
But today was about a shared vision. And
We have that shared vision.
because
So
you go back
is-
to that graduate profile, we're talking about career development,
Yep.
all the way down as early as pre-K, which is a
Yep.
pretty cool thing.
Yep, for sure.
Ms. Temple?
I think just right here,
Microphone.
the difference from last meeting to this meeting, just so much more organized, and the cohesiveness from everything that we've done since you've been on, it's been steady, all the way, making progress. I know it's slower than what we wanna go, but slow and steady wins the race.
There you go.
So, I'm really happy with where we're heading and what we're doing,
Thank you.
and just continue to focus on that best person for the job.
Amen.
I
Mr.
think
Steele?
It was great. Joe, thank you. I think he's brought a lot to the table and helping us to move forward. So I just think that, well, I know the other boards I serve on, I think organizations work better when the CEO, the superintendent, whatever the case may be, it's really your vision. And we are here to help with your vision. You're the only one at this table, as you say, that's being compensated for. I think Ms. Williams said, let the person in the job do the job.
Right.
And that's what we've done out of the Board of Baptist Health. I mean, it's the largest health institution in the state. And it's one person who, he had a vision, and our job was, we're gonna help you with your vision. So even though we may have input, even though we may call your phone, give our suggestions, the end of the day, it's your vision, and it's our responsibility to help you get there.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Steele. and you all know through all your leadership, it does take, it's part of my job and responsibility. That's goal one, is to set the direction, but it's a shared vision too, and that's getting the feedback. And you probably heard me say this multiple times today, how excited I am about today, because what we've done today is show this entire community that we're coming together to launch a strategic vision, a laser-light focus on the achievement of all students, making sure you've got a high-quality teacher, high-quality leader, you're in a safe environment. And that cohesiveness is going to make the biggest difference. And I'm excited about the marketing and the branding and this kind of revival
Of the school district, yeah.
Absolutely, and coming together, and I'm grateful for all of you. I'm honored to serve as our superintendent. Mr. Quinn, I thank you. Mr. Quinn is, this has been a year long to get out of my head onto a piece of paper, refined. I think he was about ready to throw something out, and he's like, another
The guy's
indicator?
rubbing his forehead like.
He's like, another indicator? And I was like, well, that's important. That indicator is important that we've got to look at. And so we have more. And what I would like to suggest, and it was in the, I'm going to end this on two things. It was in the agenda under Dr. Redis's leadership. We put together kind of a strategic calendar for the school year on important things like professional development. We're all going to professional development in July and at the Southern Regional Conference. And when there are AASA things, when the superintendent evaluation is due. But also, I know when I got here, we were going to do the book study on the governance core, and I think this is just going to further enhance what we've done today. With your support and with Mr. Quinn's background as also being a school board member, I'd like to continue to work with him and lead us through this book study in chunks. Maybe have a small retreat where we only spend the morning just getting started, and then workshops, maybe 45 minutes here or an hour here through the entire course of the year, that we don't spend one whole day on it, but we do this in minor chunks. I think this is going to fit into all the things that we've done today, and more reflective practice on good governance, and with your blessing, I'd like to continue to do that and I'll be bringing those contracts to you with Mr. Quinn if at your approval to finish up this work, advance this work, and then get this started through the course of the year.
And also, I had suggested, because we just met Thursday, and we met today, and then
We met the
next
week before.
week, we would meet again, and then I propose the only meeting that we are required to have is that third Thursday of each month. This is just Rochelle, suggests that if it's the board's will, we skip the next workshop and take a break and meet again the third Thursday.
So skip July
Except-
7th?
Yes. That would be the
Except-
workshop.
Except we would need a quorum probably for 15 minutes to do hires,
Just because I know we're in a hiring season.
Oh, Howard.
because it's hiring season, and so we would need a quorum to just
And we can't do
15
that at
minutes.
lunch, right, because it's personnel.
Because it's
Correct.
personnel.
And
And
the
so-
only other caveat is next week, or we have a board meeting next week? I can't remember.
No, that's what
No.
confused me.
Okay,
That's
because
why
our
I got
next,
my calendar out.
our next
Well,
board
I'm
meeting
trying to
is
get
the
just a free night.
16th. And so
July 7th.
there's another caveat into this, which is bringing you
July
the reorganization plan for school safety and security. And so that's going to have to come to you once for information, then it's going to have to come to you a second time for action, and their time might be of the essence for that. So, but if we could squeeze that in before and skip the 7th altogether, I'd be okay. But I just wanted to put that on your.
Yeah, that was the other reason I
Yes.
forgot about
Will
that.
it be-
It's because we're
July
gonna,
and August?
May,
Will it be ready for July 16th?
we'll have to have it before then.
Well, I'm trying to figure out
because it
July
goes
and
in-
August.
His contract goes.
no,
in
just July the 7th.
Oh, okay, no problem, July 7th.
Just the
Yes.
workshop is
Okay,
what
just one
Dr.
time.
Redis is proposing.
Because the only reason we have the workshops, you all know, is to prepare us for the board meeting. So
Correct.
therefore, with nothing going on in the summer right now.
Correct.
Dr. Paluski,
Well, just,
nothing going on. in
well,
the
just
summer
with the
right
exception
now.
of that safety and security piece, so.
Maybe we could do it on the 30th.
Well, I was
Do
gonna
what?
say the
Before 4th of
23rd.
July?
Well, what it is, yeah, cause
The
we have to
30th
have,
of
Special board
June.
meeting.
we have to have a special
Yeah,
board
the
meeting
30th of
before his
June.
contract, cause it has to be done before July 1.
Can we do the 23rd, back it up a week?
That'd be 2 weeks in a row.
I understand, but that only gives us one day before.
Exactly.
So I'm thinking if we didn't all agree,
And
we have
he
no
has to
wiggle
make
room.
changes, there's no
Right.
time to make the changes.
I agree with
Before
Rochelle
July
on
1.
that.
So when did you say?
So
Right,
instead
this-
of
what day-
July 7th, June 23rd is what you're
Well, we could
proposing.
do, we could do
Okay,
actually a
just let
contract
Ms. Cole
anytime,
quick send it out to us.
because I'm good through 2024.
No problem.
Let me speak with you about that.
Together.
Because I think it could be done at any time.
So the 16th is a go.
But I'm,
We're keeping that.
Is our
We're
day.
getting rid of July 7th.
Okay, July 7th.
tentatively.
Yeah, that-
Tentatively.
okay, that's why-
Yeah.
That's good.
And what it is a possibility, the 23rd, we may have to have a special. If on the 16th, something comes out and we gotta revamp and redo something, then we may have to meet on the 23rd to vote.
When can I take a vacation?
See,
Well,
that's what I'm talking about.
But with,
When
with,
can I go?
That's
but with
what
her
I'm-
point, if we
That's
did
my
that,
whole
we,
point.
we could skip the 7th.
Okay, my vacation is in September.
I know
It'll
this is,
be the 21st, so is that a day on the school board?
how about,
Yeah,
I'll,
Yes.
I'll work with Dr. Redis and make sure that we, and
At the
we'll
Thursday,
have
we can
Rhonda
get
send a
some-
text
Yes.
out.
But
Let
you
me see
guys
here.
see, what I'm trying to do is get us a day off. Since I can't get a raise, I want a day
The
off.
23rd is the fourth week, Miss Williams.
Huh?
23rd is the fourth week.
Are you gonna double
What
my
about
pay?
the 21st?
We'll get back to
Hey,
everybody
Katie,
on
for
that.
you.
Fourth week?
That's in that same week.
So we'll
I
get
have
back,
one
we'll get
going
back
from
to you. I just wanted to put it in your
Tuesday-
mind that that's what
Tuesday,
we're looking
Wednesday,
at.
Thursday, 3 days.
Okay, so the 9th, no meeting. I had that. 16th is
Okay,
our
can we go home now?
Yes, ma'am, we can go
Yes.
home. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone.
I gotta go to a.
You gotta go home and sit on your rear
No,
end?
no, that was good.
Wait a minute.
I'm glad.
It's pretty outside. Why aren't you fishing?
That's what I'm saying.
There you go.
I don't wear no long socks.
Are you, are you related to Ronnie Quinn by chance? Do you have a Ronnie Quinn in your family? No, ma'am. I had a, in junior high, my basketball, volleyball coach